Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the council meeting for July 22nd, 2024. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I'd like to look to Councillor Lindell to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. And the mayor's report for this evening. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I want to begin by expressing on behalf of council and city staff sincere condolences to the loved ones of the former St. Catharines staff member Rob Ralston, who passed away on July 5th, 2024. Rob's final role at the city before retiring after 32 years of service was in our stores division, and our city flag is flying at half-mast in his honor for the duration of this week. Earlier this afternoon, I, along with members of senior staff and Councillor McPherson, had the opportunity to attend an event held by the GNCC where we heard from Minister Sean Fraser, the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, federal minister. It was an excellent speech talking about the ambitious nature of the Housing Accelerator Fund and the requirement for municipalities to reach for those ambitions to be able to actually access those dollars. We once again thanked Minister Fraser for the Housing Accelerator Fund money that was received by the City of St. Catharines, and I had a good conversation with him about the initiatives that we've undertaken, which are already in full flight. So we are looking forward to further announcements from the federal government over the coming weeks and months with respect to additional infrastructure programs around housing and transit. Some news and updates. I attended the CrossFit 12-mile grand opening on Canada Day, and I want to send a congratulations to the owners, Andrew Harpwood and Shannon Runge, for their hard work. It was inspiring to see the passion and the effort that Andrew and Shannon have poured into creating the new gym. The atmosphere at the grand opening was electric, lots of cheers and applause echoing through the space. I will say I have done a number of grand openings. They put us through a workout before the grand opening this time. It was the sweatiest I have ever been for a ribbon cutting, and I almost dropped the big novelty scissors on my feet. I had a fantastic time later on that day at Lakeside Long Weekend for Canada Day. The event offered 2 days of family-friendly fun and entertainment set against the beautiful backdrop that is Lakeside Park in Port Dalhousie. Some of the highlights included contributing to a vibrant mural celebrating our community spirit, kids enjoying activities like yoga, storytime, origami, and coloring, and the ultimate bricks and blocks family Lego fun zone. And I want to thank, and if I miss anybody, remind me, but I know Councillor Garcia was there, Councillor McPherson was there. Councillor Linda was there, yes. She was our favorite of the sisters. And we were also joined by MPP Stevens, MP Biddle, but we had a great time, and it was a wonderful event, very well attended. In speaking to city staff, I think somewhere in the range of 15,000 people through the park over the course of the weekend. So that's fantastic, and great to see Port Dalhousie vibrant once again. St. Catharines Fire Combat proudly hosted the Fire Fit event presented by Fire Monitoring Canada over the weekend of July 5th to 7th. Alongside my dedicated assistants, Alicia and Zoe, who clearly wrote this for me today. My team was joined by Mandy Cavison, representing the Niagara Children's Center, as well as Andrew and Shannon from CrossFit 12 Mile at the corporate night on July 5th. The event was a tremendous success, with St. Catharines Fire Department taking the opportunity to present a generous donation totaling $10,000 to both Pathstone Foundation and Niagara Children's Center. In other news, the men's relay team took gold, the mixed relay team took silver, the men's Tech 2 took gold, the men's team time took gold, and the men's over 40 took silver. It turns out we're really good at fire fit at the St. Catharines Fire Department. So thank you to all the sponsors who made the event a huge success, and excellent news that we learned over the course of that weekend. We are playing host to the National Fire Fit Challenge in 2025, so an opportunity for a week next year to be able to welcome all of the best firefighters in Canada into our community. Early in June, I also attended the Neptunus 750 SL launch celebration. Neptunus Yachts has proven to be a driving force in our local economy, providing jobs and opportunities for our residents. And their commitment to quality, craftsmanship, and innovation has not only put our city on the map, but also attracts visitors and investors from far and wide. I had the opportunity to attend the Born and Raised concert, a celebration and homecoming for Alexis on Fire bandmates Dallas Green, George Pettit, Wade McNeil, Chris Steele, and Jordan Hastings. I want to express immense gratitude and offer heartfelt congratulations to the folks at CRCS for their collaboration with Live Nation in the seamless execution of this event. The attention to detail and the commitment to excellence truly shone through, ensuring that the concert was a resounding success. We were also the recipients of a lot of positive reviews from folks in the neighborhood, which I know has not always been the experience when large events go on at Montebello Park. But folks in the neighborhood were very pleased with the way the event was run. I did have an opportunity on the Saturday afternoon to talk to Dallas Green for a few minutes, and I asked him if it was okay to share this anecdote, but we were standing and we were talking, and I just said, you know, like, it must feel pretty amazing to come back to your hometown and be able to do this. And he said, there's something very surreal about standing on the stage and looking at the Montebello Pavilion and knowing that when I was a teenager out skateboarding, we would stop there, and now I'm playing in front of 10,000 people standing in this park. And as I remembered that, I went around and I was able to watch one of the bands before Alexis on Fire, and I looked out and I videotaped what was going on and threw it on social media. And I got a lot of comments from people saying, where are you? Like, where did you go for that concert? I said, that's downtown St. Catharines. And a lot of people couldn't believe it, but it's a testament to some of the beautiful facilities we have in our community and the need to make use of them as much as we can, because it really is a beautiful spot in our downtown. I had the privilege of attending the grand opening of the Niagara River Lions downtown St. Catharines office. The grand opening of the new River Lions location is a testament to the team's impact and their influence in the community, and specifically in the downtown. Since 2015, the Meridian Center, located in the heart of St. Catharines, has served as the proud home arena for the Niagara River Lions basketball team, and it's great to welcome their headquarters into the downtown core, conveniently situated just a stone's throw away from where their home games are played. Our Connect STC committee recently hosted the city's annual Employee Appreciation Luncheon. This event served as a fantastic opportunity for myself, members of the city's senior leadership team, and members of council to express our gratitude towards the team members from all city departments. Events like this play a crucial role in fostering a positive and supportive work culture, and I want to thank the chair of the Connect STC committee, Kelsey Kopp, from our CRCS department, as well as Agnes Greer from our HR department, for their leadership in the success of the event. And I want to thank the councillors who were there for that: Councillor Garcia, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Stevens, you were there, you're always there. Yes, but thank you to the members of council who were able to make it out. Some upcoming community events. We do have the World Rowing Championships coming up August 18th to 25th. You can check out stcrowing2024.com for ticket information. We have the annual celebrations marking the abolition of slavery in Canada, which are taking place July 27th to August 1st. Including the big picnic at Lakeside Park in Port Dalhousie. That's our Emancipation Day celebration. Looking forward to that. And I see a couple of organizers in the audience tonight, so I'll just say thank you to my friends for the hard work that they do. I will also be out at the Downtown Block Party this Saturday, July 27th, brought to you by the Downtown Association. It gets started at 11 a.m., runs till 10 p.m., and it is a free family festival in the downtown. I do want to mention, actually, just because it's written farther down, Lakeside Park hosting the big picnic. LMT is going to be there, LMT Connection. Spoken word by Dwayne Morgan. Music and dance workshops, beach games, food trucks. It's going to be massive down in Port Dalhousie. So I would encourage people, you need to go to two places this weekend. You need to go to the Downtown Block Party, and then you need to go to Lakeside Park, okay? We also have the Emancipation Day flag raising at City Hall, and that's going to happen on August 1st at 1 p.m. just outside on the front lawn. If you want more information about the Emancipation Day events, head over to matterofblack.ca. And finally, throughout the summer, the St. Catharines Fire Services ladder trucks and dedicated fire prevention team will be visiting various parks throughout the city every Wednesday evening from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., transforming their vehicles into giant sprinklers for an exciting experience. I will just say I got to experience that when we did the Holy Festival in downtown St. Catharines through the Downtown Association, and they are awesome magic sprinklers. I got to see Councillor McPherson doused plentifully along with colored dyes. But attendees will have an opportunity to tour the fire trucks. You can learn crucial fire safety practices, hands-on fire safety training with the Fire Extinguisher Training Unit, and the event promises to bring fun-filled evenings of community engagement, fire safety education, and refreshing water activities for residents of all ages. So that's Wednesdays 6 to 8, and July 24th, that's this week, will be the St. Patrick's Catherine Street Park. July 31st, which is next week, will be Village Gate Park, and August 7th will be Walkinshaw Park. And with that, are there any councillors who want to add anything to the mayor's report this evening? I have Councillor Lindell up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A great volunteer for St. Catharines, Jim Richardson, told me about a fantastic ice cream place at the end of East Chester and at the corner of Canal Road, just past the Garden City Skyway. It's called Canal Cones, and they use Kawartha Dairy's ice cream, which is absolutely fantastic. Everyone has to go, but if you want an excuse, there will be a ribbon cutting for that on July 31st at 1 p.m., and I think the mayor's office may be attending, I'm not sure. Also, Councillor Miller and I had the opportunity to attend the St. Catharines Showdown Disc Golf Tournament on Saturday with Andrea Michaud. She had about 50 participants there from across Southern Ontario and Western New York. And one of the best parts for me was the glowing praise that she gave our staff and Municipal Works, thanks to Director Smith, about how wonderful the park looked, all of the amenities that they did, the grass cutting. They worked really hard to make it a perfect park, and I appreciate all of the hard work that your crew does. I was also able to cut the ribbon on Sunday at a company called Ability Property Management. They opened a new office in St. Catharines on Merritt Street up the hill. Jason Santry, who is running it, started Ability Property Management in his basement. He has cerebral palsy, and he works very closely with the Ontario March of Dimes to make sure that he hires people of all abilities to maintain properties. And his company has expanded so much, he's now out of his basement and in an office. So welcome to Jason to Meriton.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of updates. First of all, you mentioned the World Rowing Championships coming up, which are, of course, an amazing event. We haven't had them since 1999. But let's not forget that on July 29th, the Royal Canadian Henley's 140th edition kicks off. As usual, there will be fireworks and an event down at the grandstand that everybody's welcome to. And tying in with that, I had the opportunity to speak to some of the ranking construction managers that are managing the work on Ontario Street when I was down there trying to help the Ramekers get their parking lot fixed. And I'm told that because of the good weather, the project is a bit ahead of time. So number one, they're definitely gonna be out of there and have Ontario finished before the Worlds. And I pushed them to see if they can have them for the Henley, but they weren't sure, but that will be. And one update for all of council, something that has been before our council several times is about a week and a half ago, I had the honor of joining about 12 volunteers, a lot stronger than me, to help Hank Bekas and the Port Dalhousie Conservancy install the historic NS&T trolley stop at Lock 1 of the second canal there in front of Port Social where the old Murphy's was. And they did such an amazing job. Like they had the base prepared and it was just a work of art with rollers and everything else, didn't damage the grass and they backed the truck and we got it onto that base and it's sitting there. And as the mayor said to me, if you drive by, it looks like if it's been there your whole life. It just really belongs there and it adds to the heritage and history of Port Dalhousie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia, and you're right. And it's a beautiful addition and looks fantastic where it is located. So thank you to Hank and to all the members of the community that we're just opening it up.
Thank you also to to Director Martuscio and his staff because they did get the power to the shed already, so that's great.
Excellent. But yes, kudos to the volunteers who kept this on the front burner and to everybody who made it happen. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to say this Sunday, I had the privilege of attending the Solidarity for Palestine Cross the Colonial Border put on by Niagara Palestine Coalition. It was just a chance to show my support to a community that's suffering in our city and region. There was folks from across the Niagara region, across Southern Ontario, and we were joined by supporters in Niagara Falls, New York as well. And so it was a great opportunity to show support for that community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ratzlaff. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, along with Councilor Ratzlaff, congratulate Willow Arts on their start of the mural project that's on Ontario Street. If you drive down Ontario Street, I think you'll see a lot of change, a lot of positive change. It's just the first of 4 murals that will surround the property. I want to just thank city staff for working with us and helping to make it possible. And very specifically, I would like to thank Craig at Lake Street for helping get us some high-vis vests. So the painters are seen by all, and I want to thank the councillors who have made donations to the project. It's really about the entire community, and there's a lot more to come and a lot more to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on a little bit of somber note, first, July 7th, we lost a very avid supporter of lacrosse and rowing in St. Catharines. Ron Winterbottom of Port Dalhousie passed away. He was a founding member and president of the Old Boys Lacrosse Association, and he was a member of the St. Catharines Rowing Club, and he used to timekeep on a lot of different events at the rowing, and he was like Mr. Port Dalhousie, so we're all going to miss him on that one. So. And June 25th, along with you, we had the grand opening for the Westview for Women Center. They had their grand opening, so they're always looking for donations of clothing and stuff for women. They give it out at no charge, so if anyone has any extra clothing for women, drop it off. 26th, Councilor Garcia and myself, we had a tour of Ridley College and all the construction they're doing there, and pretty impressive, and a part of their plan and their goal is to work with the city and offer some of their facilities to our residents later on. They're doing squash courts and the theater and everything. It's just amazing all the work they're doing out there. The next night there, the Steinway Grand Piano event for Niagara Jazz was at Ridley College, and I gave greetings on behalf of yourself, and that was a very fun night. 28th of June, Quest had their annual barbecue for all their clients and their staff, and you were there as well with Councilor McPherson, and I think Councilor Garcia popped in, I believe. So it was well attended. July 6th, we had our first annual, I hope, it's the Facer Street Block Party. It was put on by the Christian Center, and it was face painting. They had a free barbecue, jumpies, and all kinds of stuff, and that was helped them out with that with our civic councilor ward fund, whatever it's called. I'm not sure exactly, so sorry about that. And Community Living had their barbecue on the 17th there. I popped in there quickly, and very well attended for all their clients and their families and stuff as well. And Club Rome on the 14th had their giant car show, very good. Councillor Dodge helps with that, and over 200 cars, and Community Care is the recipient of their 50/50s, and they collect food for that, so that was a very good day. Hot as heck, but very nice day. And tomorrow, the March of Dimes is having an appreciation barbecue there on 436 Scott Street for their residents and all their staff in that, and I'm glad that we can help them out with that as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, seeing no others, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda, and I will look to the clerk.
The following amendments have been made to tonight's agenda. Item 6.3, consent report, recommended update to the 2024-2026 schedule of rates and fees and user fee setting research. Appendix 1 to Appendix A, the third fee listed relates to the activity pack for golf, and it should say 18 holes, not 9 holes. And item 10.1, Salem BME Church and Gravestone for Freedom Seekers, there's been a correction to the spelling of the word interment. The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council Sugarsing folder. Confidential memorandum from First Ontario Performing Arts Centre regarding Board of Management 2024 citizen member term extensions. Confidential memorandum from Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding indoor tennis at Community Park, Tennis Canada funding agreement termination, and memorandum from Insurance and Risk Claims Coordinator regarding Corporate Insurance Program 2024 to 2025 renewal.
Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on June 24th, 2024. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I don't think I have a conflict of interest, but following past practice by Councillor Williamson, who declared a conflict of interest when his grandmother was honored with the renaming of the lighthouse, I'm declaring conflict on item number 10.3 and will absent myself.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. On to number 5, motion to move consent reports. Prior to the approval of the consent agenda, I will look to Councillor Garcia for an overview of the decisions coming out of the last Budget Standing Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we, pardon me, we had a meeting on June 17th, and we had a number of staff reports that we reviewed and approved. Number 1 was the Strategic Asset Management Policy Update for 2024, and this was essentially to meet legislative requirements. We also received from finance staff updates for the first quarter ending at the end of March for the operating budget and the capital budget. The operating budget, we were doing relatively well, like it was 25% of the year, and we were only at 21% of expenses, even though Of course, some of these are not evenly spread throughout the year. With capital projects, staff also has direction to provide updates on projects of over $100,000 in value, and they provided that, and they all met with expectations, and they also told us that now with the implementation of the PeopleSoft system, they are able to better track these projects. Last but not least, and I thank Councilor Phillips every time this comes up, we received a grant funding update. So staff reviews all the grants that we have applied for, what we have received, what we haven't received, what's been approved or rejected. Of note in that is that unfortunately, a federal government grant that the library had applied for $11.5 million was denied. I'm not sure the reasons for why, but I would imagine the library will be updating us on their capital plans based on the fact that they don't have those funds. And that was all of it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilor McPherson. Can I look to the clerk to read the list of the consent reports and call the recorded vote?
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1, engineering facilities and environmental services, large industrial sewer rebate policy. 6.2, financial management services, budget standing committee report, meeting of June 17, 2024. Item 6.3, Financial Management Services Director, recommended update to the 2024-2026 schedule of rates and fees and user fee setting research. Item 6.4, Financial Management Services Director, Bill 23, Mandatory Provincial Exemptions Agreement. Item 6.5, Planning and Building Services, Building and Development. Building Services Annual Report on Revenues, Expenses, and Stabilization Reserve Fund for 2023. And 6.6, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence. Councilor McPherson?
Yes.
Councilor Dodge?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes?
Councilor Kushner?
Yes.
Councilor Windle?
Yes.
Councilor Phillips?
Yes.
Councilor Miller?
Yes.
Councilor Stevens?
Yes.
Councilor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councilor Townsend?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Moving on, our declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. We have no public meetings this evening. We have no presentation, so we will move on to item 9, which is our discussion reports, and 9.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Community Initiatives and Partnerships, the Fairview Park Community Vision. And before discussing the report, I will look to Catherine J. and Shika Jagwani from SGL Planning and Design to provide a presentation. You could have come through that gate. It's okay. Mr. Lamoth seemed very concerned you were going the wrong way, but it's okay. Apparently, he's very, very protective of that particular entrance.
He's a bit of a character.
Yes. The lectern is yours. The one thing I would ask is if you could just make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone so those at home can hear you.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Good evening. Full house this evening.
My name is Catherine J. I am a principal and head of design for SGL Planning and Design. And I'm joined by one of my colleagues, Shika Jagwani. We were hired by the city to prepare the vision for Fairview Park. We have a brief presentation this evening to walk you through the park and give you an idea of what that vision looks like. Next slide, please. Quickly, the presentation outline. We did introductions, a few slides on community building, the purpose, study process, a little bit about community engagement. I'll highlight the vision, the guiding principles, and then we'll talk about the important part, the master plan, and the implementation strategy and phasing plan. Next slide, please. So the overall study area of the two parks is approximately 6.7 hectares in size. And it includes both John Page Park, which is along Scott Street, and Fairview Park, which extends out to Geneva Street. The parks include a recently constructed labyrinth, existing pathways, there's existing trees, a playground in John Page Park that's nearing its end of life, and a few parking spots near Geneva Street, near the Kinsman building. With regards to community building and St. Catharines, the Niagara official plan forecasts that the population of St. Catharines is going to near about 172,000 people by the year 2051. And so as a result, the city has to work to support this growth by planning, investing in services and infrastructure. The city's OP supports park development and park restoration. And given the location of these lands, they're in a densely populated area of the city with existing apartment buildings and proposed future high-density mixed use. Also, it's important to note the history of this park. So the vision speaks to the importance of the commemoration of the Welland Canal, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. So the overall study purpose, as mentioned, was to develop a vision for the future of these two parks. And just to note, we're referring to them as these two parks because there's no overall name given to them yet. That won't happen until a future stage of the development of the park. The vision will help guide the future decision-making, the implementation strategy, and investment opportunities. As part of this process, a great deal of engagement took place, and I'll detail that a little bit further. And as well, a great deal of heritage work was done. We had ASI on board that helped us with looking at the heritage of the site, as well as we prepared opportunities and constraints which helped inform the master plan. Next slide. So this graphic outlines the overall phases of the study. It was 3 phases, and in each phase, as you can see, there was lots of engagement, a variety of deliverables, and we are currently in phase 3, and tonight marks the conclusion of our study with presentation to council. Next slide. So community engagement. There was lots of in-person and online engagement throughout the study process. And in addition to what's outlined on the slide here, there were meetings with various city departments and all committees of council and task forces were included in the process. And if you've had a look at the actual report, the details of all the engagement and the feedback we received. There's some neat little graphs in there, if you want to have a look at those as well, that really details all the great feedback we got through the process. Next slide, please. This slide details the vision for everyone. And just to highlight that a couple of key points is the passive and active recreation of these lands. It's a big park. There's opportunity for lots of great things to happen here. And the integration of the historic Welland Canal remnants. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. These are the guiding principles that help support the vision. These helped us in preparing the master plan, fulfilling some of the feedback that we heard through the process. One of the important pieces of feedback we received was ensuring that the whole park isn't filled with activities or facilities, amenities. So it's important to note that 80% of the park still remains grass, trees, planting, and only 20% of the park will be proposed as facilities such as courts or skate park, water feature, that type of thing. Next slide, please. So this is the actual master plan. This graphically shows the vision and how it translates on the ground in what we'd call a 2D plan. This plan is accompanied by the actual report, and that report also includes the original background report and the Heritage ASI reports. As I mentioned, all the engagement feedback is also in that report. Some of the key features, as I mentioned, up in the top corner of this plan, you can see a little graphic that actually shows the 80% of soft services and the 20% of hard or developed services. There's about 1 kilometer of new trail connections, which includes the connection from Scott Street across the proposed pedestrian bridge. There's a number of multi-use courts, in particular the proposal for pickleball, which would be in those southerly blue courts that you see on the plan. The proposed skate park and pump track, which we heard throughout our engagement, is a big feature that many residents are looking for. A new splash pad, which is down the center of this park, that reflects where the old canal actually was. Approximately 97 new trees are proposed to be planted throughout different phases of the park. You can see the existing labyrinth, proposed community gardens near the Kinsman building, as well as new entrance features both at Scott Street and Geneva Street. And to help highlight the park design and better visualize what this park could look like as it's being redeveloped, we have a short video that walks through the park. So we're at Scott Street here, walking on the new pedestrian bridge, which incorporates the old pillars from the swing bridge that was part of the canal. This pedestrian bridge comes up and then has a viewing platform where you can look down where the canal once was, and it's flanked on both sides with these trees that demarcate the edges of the Welland Canal. When we move from the pedestrian bridge along, we've got some restoration planting, and on the left is the proposed skate park pump track that incorporates the idea of public art. Moving along, we've come around towards Geneva Street where the community gardens are. You can see the vast open space and green space, and you'll see where the labyrinth is, and that's existing today, something that was put in recently. Now we're headed back towards Scott Street. On the one side, you'll see the proposed water feature. This is the proposed Welland Canal-inspired playground, which you'll be able to see down that vista within the canal. And there you can see the pedestrian bridge where we started and where we looked along the canal there. Heading towards Scott Street, there's some proposed multi-use courts that could be developed for a variety of activities. So as I mentioned, part of the study was to prepare an implementation strategy. And this is part of the report as well. And this helps guide what could happen to actually implement the park. And so there are various partnerships, grants, sponsorships that could be sought after, particularly around the heritage commemoration and recognizing the 200th year of the canal. The implementation is proposed to be over a 10-year period. Next slide, please. This slide is just indicating other funding sources that the park could have in the future, leases or income from festivals, renting spaces within the park. Next slide, please. And the next couple slides highlight the phasing strategy. So as you saw before, it's a 3-phased implementation strategy. Each of these slides highlights the areas that are contained within that proposed phase. And phase 1 focuses on the cultural heritage, and it's a logical sequence with regards to construction. And as I mentioned, focused on that 200th year anniversary of the canal. Next slide, please. Phase 2 focuses on the skate park and the pump track. This is one park element that we heard over and over again was in demand at our open houses. This phase also has the edges of the park and a proposed arboretum that would be in and around where the labyrinth is. Next slide, please. And finally, phase 3 would bring in the multi-use courts, some additional planting, and the proposed parking access from Geneva Street. And next slide. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Do I have any questions for the presenter? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, thank you. I didn't add it all up because I didn't get the first phase amount, but I know the second phase you said 5.9 million. The last one was 900,000. How much was the first one?
You
5?
can go back.
I think it was the same as the second. Close.
Yeah, 5.2.
Yeah.
And
so-
these are approximate costs in 2024 dollars.
Right. So we're talking a total of approximately $12 million.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to the presenter. Thanks for the presentation. I want to commend the work that you've done here. The public consultation, I think, was masterclass. I think we'll see with the active transportation master plan, they also did a great job with reaching folks who don't often come out or can't come out for whatever reason to public open houses. Councilor McPherson and myself, this is already a year ago, probably longer, we canvassed those buildings as well, and we did a coffee outside event where we talked to residents, and a lot of them already known about the plan. We saw your pamphlets in the buildings, we obviously didn't talk to as many people as you did, but they confirmed what you found in your review. They specifically liked that paved path and how it improved accessibility for many of them. And my question is around actually that path, and you'll see in our next presentation, we often struggle at intersections when it comes to transitioning or our intersections and active transportation. So like the north, you indicated in many of your maps is it north or south now? The south side and the north side where the path enters and exits the park. So on the one side where the Fairview Mall is, it kind of empties into a parking lot, into a parking space in the parking lot, and it just, you indicate on your maps, and it just, any person who's just saying they're looking at it, it seems more logical to have it empty right where the road hits, where the intersection is, right, for the YWC or the YMCA drive. That would make it easier for all involved, and I'm just wondering, were there any conversations around why that's not reflected in the drawings, or why we just decided not to put the entrance there? Or maybe that's a question for staff. I don't know.
Just go to the plan. I don't have a pointer. If I recall correctly.
I mean, you can see it. It's up on the north side. So it's where the Fairview Mall is. So there's the Y there, the YMCA
Right.
drive.
And
Comes
the
past
path,
Lazy Boy.
the path is offset so that it doesn't actually go right
Yeah, so
into
you
the-
empty into a parking stall in the middle of the parking lot, rather than where it would logically, and where everyone walks already. You draw on many of your maps a desire line there already. And so I'm just curious as to why, were there any discussions around why there and not where it logically should be?
Amanda's going to help me, but there was a lot of discussion about where this access went, and it has to do with future planning, but Amanda's going to.
I mean, I can ask staff that question too, if it's better directed to them after, but.
Staff are indicating that it might be better for them to answer on that
All
one.
right.
So we can hold off until we get to the report.
And then the other question is again about the entrance at the other end of the park. Again, like there's a kind of a weird intersection there, but it is really difficult if you're coming on your bike or even a pedestrian, because there is a pedestrian access through the neighborhood there as well, to negotiate that intersection where that path is. There's a curb you gotta hop. If you're on your bike, you immediately are onto a sidewalk. So I'm just wondering, like, this might be a question for staff, but if there any discussion around how that can be improved at that point.
Absolutely, and keep in mind that this is a vision, and so when the detailed design happens, those will be further worked out. So if there was conflict with a curb, more detailed planning could go into making sure that those conflicts were looked after.
Excellent. Yeah, no, thanks. I think this is, you've done your homework. Oh, that piece about the historical piece, like that could be a book we could publish. I don't know if anyone else took a look at it. It's super interesting about the history of that park and what's happened there over the years. And they did a great job putting that together, so thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ratzlaff. Councilor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Definitely exciting to see. Just a question about the timeline. Is that from us, or is that something you developed through this process of the consultation?
In working with staff, what made sense as far as your process with regards to budgeting and the amount of money needed to implement this park. That's what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Miller. Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. When I was listening to your presentation, I think that you said that in phase 2 and phase 3 that you would be doing plantings. Would there be no plantings in the first phase?
No, there is also plantings in,
Okay.
they would be throughout for two reasons, depending on what was happening with some of the existing trees, but also so that there's succession over the years in a variety of ages for the trees.
Okay, I just must have missed the first phase, seeing, because I thought no plantings in the first phase, but 2 and 3, okay. And also, with the hard surfaces and whatnot, are they going to be like environmentally friendly? Like, are they going to be as, you know, we had a gentleman not too long ago come to council and say that he had some new pavement coming in that, you know, was better for the environment, more porous and stuff like that. Are we looking at that type of thing when we look at the hard surfaces that will be incorporated into the park?
It's definitely, again, something that would be looked at that detailed construction stage. We did look at some ideas through this process, but until you're in that detailed design stage and actually designing it and getting those products and finding out if they work, if they meet the city standards, how much they cost. But sustainability is an important element of developing this park for sure.
Okay, and then it's great, you have lots of things from the community, and I know you went out and had a lot of input from people. Is there still the availability, if someone came up with some sort of different idea, that it could be incorporated into the park as well?
Absolutely, yeah. So if I understand correctly, once the city does the detailed park design, then there'll be engagement at that time when the park is actually being designed before it gets built.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Seeing no other questions or comments, can I have a councillor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Miller. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you so much for the presentation today. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report? Councillor Ratzlaff and Councillor McPherson. Momentarily, I'm going to ask if either of you would like to speak first. I will let everybody know. Councillor Phillips has indicated that he would like to defer the vote on this so that Councillor Williamson is able to have an opportunity to speak to it. Councillor Williamson is not here today. He's also indicated, though, that he's happy to wait until everybody has had the opportunity to ask questions, to make comment, and everything else. So Councillor Phillips will be speaking last today so as to be able to make that motion to defer. With that, I have Councillor Ratzlaff and Councillor McPherson. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to hold comments? Okay, can we open up Councillor McPherson?
So I don't know how this would work, but I did want to make an amendment to the recommendation. And I know if we're going to defer it, but I did want to make the recommendation that I sent to the clerk with regards to the timeline for the project.
So you are the mover and the seconder, so you can make an amendment to it if you would
Then
like.
I will go forward with making my amendment.
For clarity, is Councillor McPherson the mover and Ratzlaff the seconder, or, okay, so Councillor McPherson is the mover, Ratzlaff the seconder. And the amendment will be?
I did send it.
Okay,
That's it.
so that doesn't change the intent of the motion in any way, it changes the timeline slightly, so it's your motion to make. But that will be then what is deferred at the end of the meeting, assuming council chooses to defer.
Okay.
Councillor McPherson, do you want to continue to speak?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank staff and I want to thank the consultants. After I was able to attend the open house and listen to the feedback of the community, and I think I haven't been to a huge number of open houses, but I can honestly say it was an open house where everyone was excited and happy and pleased and really excited about the reimagining of the park. And the one thing that struck me about the feedback that I got anyway was that they were excited to see just the imagination and creativity of what would be available in the park. And from the other part of it is the residents who are living around that park right now are dealing with a lot of encampments and are not feeling safe in that area. And the thing that excites me about this vision for the park is that it will be a place where people can feel safe, people can go, and there will be a lot of activity. And even if we are deferring it, vote to defer it, I would urge my colleagues to support the vision and also support the timeline. I appreciate that we do need to be careful with the budget, but I just can't imagine it taking 10 years and not having an impact on the cost in the long term. And as well, I don't know how many people are going to want to live in a park or visit a park that is under construction for about 10 years. So that's it. Just a big thank you to staff and to the consultants.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I guess my question, I appreciate the amendment, because my question is sort of about the timeline. That does, as well to me, seem very long, and we're looking at maybe 4 terms of council needing to continue to support this all the way through. So maybe I was just looking for some insight from staff or possibly financial on why we ended up with this sort of 10-year plan.
Mr. Christie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. We devised this implementation plan spread over a number of years because we know that for projects like this that require a significant financial resourcing behind it, it takes us some time to build up the capital that we need. So certainly, if there are grant programs that become available that is suited to this project that we can apply for, that we can leverage existing dollars, we will certainly try and take advantage of those. But given the multi-year budget process that we're in, what typically we would maybe ask council to consider as new capital requests over year-over-year process, they kind of get bulked into a multi-year process, right? So that's really the only reason. As Councillor McPherson pointed out, nobody wants to go to a park that's going to be under construction for 10 years. We certainly saw that as well, but given the other priorities that we have, we just felt that this was an approach that we could take.
Okay, so there's no, other than, lack of financial support, there isn't any reason this couldn't be done in the 5 to 6 year timeline?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, through you. To reiterate, I think it's a great plan. There was a lot of work that was spent on it. I've spent some time canvassing those buildings, talking to tenants about tenant issues, but also we always hear about the park. And I guess 3 of the big issues. One, people are really happy with the trail that runs through the park. They want to see more of those trails. And so the perimeter track, or the gravel track that goes around the perimeter of the park, that's something that especially seniors are really looking forward to because it allows them an opportunity to exercise. What they were concerned about, though, is safety in the park. And I think that this idea that we'd have a staff person there would really help address that issue of safety. And then they were also concerned about some of the maintaining kind of the shrubbery around the exterior, particularly around the fence that backs onto those large buildings. And again, having staff there looking after it, just like we do at Montebello Park and Centennial. I've seen how it works in, Richard Pierpoint Park, how that can benefit the feeling of safety that residents have when there's a staff person there and summer students that they can talk to and have a conversation with about what's happening in that park. I want to ask a question about the timeline. Well, actually, no, one quick question about the timeline. So the timeline that's set out, how much does it depend on our other strategic documents like the aquatics, our aquatic strategy, and some of our other strategies? Like, did you take into consideration the other areas where we're going to spend money on parks and rec when we were looking at this timeline? And if we deviate a lot from those strategies that we have already, what does that do to getting this park completed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we certainly looked at the documents, the existing documents, and the ones that we know that need updating, and taking all of those things into consideration, the timeline is such that, and the project is such that we are being planful. Sometimes projects come up that are not sort of on our work plan. They kind of just come up. And so we are mindful of resourcing from a financial perspective from the corporation. We're mindful of resourcing from a staffing level perspective as well. So we took all of those things into consideration, Council, and this is our best plan, if you will, of attack for this. This is a significant project. We're currently working on Sunset Beach, which is also a significant project. So if this is something, if it's the will of council to go through with this project, this will come right at the heels of Sunset Beach. So Sunset Beach went through a similar process. Rec master plan was looked at. Parks policy was looked at. Certainly all of our accelerated housing projects, will lead to this project as well, and the types of amenities that we need to provide to our future residents. So yeah, we looked at all of those. I don't think we missed any.
Excellent, thanks. And my next question just has to do with sponsorship. I know that the director, Christy, and staff are working hard to find sponsorship for a lot of our projects, but has it been explored for this park yet, or is that something that's still going to be worked on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have not contemplated that yet, but we certainly will look at all options that are available.
Lastly, just has to do with the question that I asked the presenter in terms of the connectivity in the north and the south. There was a suggestion that there are future developments for that parking lot area, and then in the north, that intersection. Is there any vision for how we can improve the intersections there and the entrance and exits to the park?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the pedestrian connections that you see throughout the park were developed in consultation with our Transportation Services Department, and both the Transportation Master Plan that identifies that existing pathway connection at the south end at at the Fairview Mall as being a future active transportation link. There is obviously opportunity for further refinement of the connections themselves at the north and south end of the park when we get to detailed design. We'll continue to have conversations with our colleagues in transportation about the most appropriate spot to connect in. I would note that the location where the pathway connects into the Fairview Mall exists today. That pathway was completed with funding through the COVID recovery, I believe, process, or funding from that project.
And just a follow-up question. So is there like a reason why it doesn't align with the roadway and it just juts out and goes into the parking lot?
That through the mayor to the councillor, that connection was determined, as I said, through the previous planning for that pedestrian pathway. YMCA Drive also does not extend into the Fairview Mall site. It's often looked at that private driveway is in fact a public road. It is not. So any connection that we create into the Fairview Mall will require conversations with the mall itself. And they have been good community partners in the past and helped us make improvements within this site for better pedestrian and cyclist connectivity and safety. So we plan to continue those conversations.
Excellent. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is with respect to the phasing in of the trees over a 10-year period. Why would we not plant trees right at the beginning? Because we are concerned about the tree canopy in the city. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, there is opportunity to make revisions to the phasing and tree planting. We are always looking for new opportunities to plant trees. We are also trying to be mindful of construction impacts and not having any throwaway costs, planting new trees in certain areas and then, say in the second phase, needing to get access for the skate park and pump track and there be any potential damage to those trees. We also need time to do necessary pruning and some removals of trees that are at their end of life or are hazard trees in the park. So staging of the tree planting over the course of the project, is mindful of that scenario as well.
Would an even number of trees be planted every year? Is that the intention? Because if there's construction, we could surely accommodate that and leave some areas vacant for future trees. Should that be direction to staff?
The CAO indicates they'll take that as direction, yeah. Okay. Not seeing any other questions or comments, so if, Councillor Phillips, if you wanted to make your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So much I would have liked to have said, but I am very limited as to what I can say. I'm going to ask for a deferral on this vote on behalf of myself now, as well as Councillor Williamson, who's on vacation. As you know, as we all know, Councillor Williamson has a very vested interest in this plan, and he'd like to be able to ask some questions when the time comes, and he'll be back for the first meeting in September. And given the fact it's a 5 to 10 year build out, a couple of months shouldn't make a big difference.
That's a fair comment. I will just reiterate that I was a ward councillor in St. Patrick's Ward for 11 and a bit years, and I believe Councillor Williamson and I discussed this park at least 3 times a year, every year for 11 and a half years. So he has definitely got a vested interest. I think that's a fair comment.
And you were only one of 11 councillors.
I was
think
one
the
of
rest
only
them got it
11.
too.
I'm
Yes,
sure
so-
Councillor Elliott probably heard it as well.
Yes, we did. So I asked the council to consider this deferral on his behalf. Thank you.
Motion to defer is non-debatable. All those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? And that is carried. So that will come back at the first meeting that Councillor Williamson is back in position. We move on to item 9.2, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services Transportation Services, the Active Transportation Master Plan Draft Final Report. Tonight, we'll be voting on the recommendation, which will table the approval of the Active Transportation Master Plan to the September 23rd, 2024 council meeting. Staff will hold small workshops with members of council in August for further learning and the opportunity to ask questions. Councilors can also submit questions to Anthony Martuccio or Brian Appleby in advance. At this time, prior to discussing the report, I will look to Nick Sully from WSP to provide a presentation. And I will reiterate that this is to refer to City Council for consideration the staff recommendation at the meeting of September 23rd. So today we are discussing the contents of the report, but that is the recommendation. And with that, Mr. Sully, you have the lectern.
Okay, great, thank you. Everyone hears me fine? That works, okay. Put this all the way up. Oh, wow. Yeah, it didn't look like a standing desk to me, but yeah. Okay, it's great to be here. Thanks everyone for coming out, and I'm very excited to present on our Active Transportation Master Plan. My name's Nick Sully. I'm part of the consulting group who is working on this. I'm a transportation engineer and planner with WSP Canada. There have been a number of us working on this project throughout the past year plus. Very excited that it's finally gotten here, and yeah, let's get to it. So first I wanted to start off with making sure we're all on the same page about what exactly is active transportation. When we talk about active transportation, we talk about human-powered and sometimes electrical-powered movement, and really movement at that human scale. It's someone riding a bicycle, it's someone walking. It's also people using wheelchair or mobility devices. And other types of wheel devices. So it could include scooters, kids using skateboards, etc. And this field is constantly evolving with new devices that are being developed. When these new electric assist devices are being developed, we're including that within the scope of active transportation, so that is within the scope of this plan. So we're considering devices such as motor assist wheelchairs, e-bikes, e-scooters, hoverboards, all the new things that are coming out, right? Because they are the people who will also be using this infrastructure, so we want to make sure that they're included in this. So why do we want to invest in active transportation in St. Catharines? This is an extensive list or a comprehensive list, but just some examples of what the benefits are to active transportation in this city. We recognize that there are a large number of people who are currently rely on active transportation in the city as their main mode of transportation. We often see that these people are in lower income groups. There's a higher rate of people using active transportation to commute in the lowest income levels than in all other income levels within the city. It's also an important mode of transportation for students, migrant workers, and those people who cannot or do not have access to a vehicle. And recognizing that this can also be related to income. It's a more affordable mode of transportation as well. We're seeing changing trends across the province. I work on active transportation master plans all over the place, and we're seeing more communities be concerned about there's more development coming in, what's gonna happen with our traffic. This is a way of shifting traffic or potential traffic impacts to active transportation, making sure that not everyone who's coming into the community is gonna be driving a car on the roads. They need a different way of getting around the city. And especially if developments are being approved without parking minimums or the parking minimums are one per unit, then they need a different way of getting around. We also look at this from a municipal savings lens. So getting more people out of vehicles and onto active transportation modes, that damages the roads less. It ends up in long-term municipal savings in the future when it comes to reducing the need for repair and reconstruction of roads. And then finally, of course, the environmental benefits that come along with active transportation. Getting people outside of vehicles reduces greenhouse gas emissions, which can be significant created by the transportation sector. So our public engagement process, we followed the typical municipal class environmental assessment process for this master plan. That requires public engagement throughout the development of the plan. We've had a number of approaches to this. I've listed 4 here. There's actually more than this, but some examples of what we did. We had an online public engagement survey and a number of in-person events. So we were at the downtown block party last year. We had a booth set up there, and we were talking with everyone who was coming by. And we also hosted a group ride around where the future active transportation network will be within the city. In October of 2023, we were in attendance at the Better Cities Film Festival, engaged with people there, as well as the Niagara Glow Riders group. And then in May 2024, we had our final in-person engagement as a public information center at the Kiwanis Arena. Beyond some of these examples, we also had key stakeholder listening sessions, trying to reach those groups who were harder to reach. Going through some community organizations who we can get key feedback from. That's one that wasn't listed here that I wanted to highlight. And from our online engagement, we saw a good amount of online engagement, 1,000 plus total visits, and 175 survey respondents. The top priorities that came out of this survey were the need for more separated active transportation facilities, and we'll touch on in a minute what those look like, safer intersections, more trails and multi-use pathways throughout the city. Those are the top 3. And then I wanted to highlight this because this stood out to me on how safe do people feel cycling in St. Catharines. And almost 60% of people said not very safe. 27% said somewhat safe, and very few people feel very safe with the infrastructure that we currently have here. So getting into some of our recommendations in the ATMP itself. The vision statement that we've developed is that the city of St. Catharines will become a more livable, equitable, accessible, and sustainable city by rapidly embracing investment in active transportation. So I'll talk a little bit about what that means and what that could look like. First, I wanted to highlight, we took a focus in this plan of focusing on people of all ages and all abilities. We want to make sure that we're including people who are young, people who are old, and planning a network that's comfortable for everybody. So the users of this network could include people who are using mobility devices, people using e-scooters, rollerblading, skateboarding, etc. It's not just cyclists. So the network that we've developed, we've included a number of maps within there. So we have both our route type map as well as our facility type map. And the next couple slides just speak to how those two connect. So our spine routes are really the major, most important routes across the city. They're the ones that people use to get across the city for their major transportation needs. Because of that, they typically end up being on major roads with high traffic volumes, high traffic speeds. So a bit more, the guidance is for more separation to be needed there. Providing something such as the flexible bollards that have been installed recently in pilot programs on roads, as well as multi-use paths, which people behind the curb, or cycle tracks, which is like a bike lane but above the curb as well. Our connector routes are the routes that get people from their local areas onto the spine network. So they're typically on lower volume and lower speed roads because of that. And then finally, we've developed a greenway network as well. These are our local roads and local routes on local roads, I should say. And it's designing the road to make it safe for people and vehicles to mix on those roads. We do that by making sure that the speeds on those roads are very low and the traffic volumes on those roads are very low. So we take a couple of measures to be able to do that. I've included one example here that's from the city. So I think this is Eastchester and Grantham, restricting the vehicles from going one way on that road or entering from one end on that road. That's an example of trying to reduce those traffic volumes. And then on the example on the right, that's a nice traffic calmed road, which makes sure that vehicles go slow down it. And then finally, in the west part of the city, we've included a number of rural routes as well, which are paved shoulders typically, because there's higher speeds there. We need to separate because of that. We've also included a plan for a rapid implementation network. So this is a network that's built using quick build materials. So those bollards that have been used previously, as well as concrete pin curb barriers. These are materials that can be rapidly introduced with the existing road and provides a basic connected network within the first 3 years of approval of this plan. A number of supporting policies that support active transportation in the city. We've also included these. On the pedestrian network side of things, we're proposing a strategy to prioritize the completion of sidewalk gaps where there's no sidewalks on roads currently. Proposing standards for wider sidewalks, more accessible intersections, and having wider sidewalks means more accessible sidewalks as well. On the active transportation network, we really want to embed the active transportation complete streets approach into policy documents, making sure when other construction projects come up, active transportation, and it's on the active transportation network, that a retrofit happens at the same time for cost efficiencies. And some coordination is needed with Niagara Region. There's a number of Niagara regional roads within the cities, which creates gaps in our network currently. So having some coordination with the region as they develop their own master plan, that will be a huge opportunity for the city. And as well as providing amenities, making sure that bike parking is being installed, benches are being installed, repair stations, and so on. And then finally, improving safety at intersections for people using active transportation. We've included a maintenance policy, which is related to the proposed level of service for maintenance of these active transportation facilities, which includes winter maintenance on some of these route types. A couple more here is our transportation demand management policy. That's related to shifting behaviors away from vehicle use and towards active transportation use. So we've proposed providing education resources, including bicycle parking minimums or higher bicycle parking minimums in developments than are currently used, evaluations for new developments that come in, and providing and creating opportunities for active school travel for children. Our micromobility policy, we've heard from the region that they're interested in developing this as well, and having a coordination with the city as a bylaw for e-bikes and e-scooter use within the city is used. So we're recommending developing that bylaw in coordination with the region. And then exploring shared micromobility programs after that bylaw is developed. So that includes things like bike share, e-scooter share, that we've seen popping up in other cities across the province. And finally, some proposed programs. So wayfinding is signage that gives you direction to a destination. There's multiple components to this, making sure that you have a directional sign and then a turn sign and then a confirmation sign afterwards, as well as key maps around the city. We've developed a strategy for that, recommended some education programs to partner with community-led initiatives, active school travel, and creating and building those community partnerships. And then finally, a monitoring and reporting program. So it's reported back to council, reported back to the city annually on how the implementation of the active transportation is progressing. On the implementation side of things, we've broken this up into 4 phases. So our rapid implementation network phase, our short-term phase, which follows that first rapid implementation, our medium-term, and then our long-term phases. For construction costs, these were developed at a very high level. So as these projects are get to further levels of design, there'll be further refinement required. But for the first rapid implementation and short-term phase, looking at that $1 to $2 million range per year. Medium term, it's a bit higher for 2.3 to 3.7 million per year. And then in long-term phase, looking again at that 1 to 2 million per year. And then there's also, along with that, since we're including maintenance policies, there's the operational and the fleet capital purchases costs that need to be considered as well. These were developed in association or in collaboration with the Municipal Works Department, and estimating some annual operating costs here, as well as capital fleet purchases. And again, these need to be further refined as we get into design and implementation phases here as well. And that's it from me, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sully, for the presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question, since you said WSP has been involved in a number of these plans, I'm curious, is the costing that you estimated here way higher than other cities? Because, I mean, there are some very huge numbers in there. So.
They are, and they're not out of line with what we see with other cities. We've made sure that these costs are applied similarly across the province when we're working with other municipalities. We have a database of costs that pretty much tell us that these are in line with what we see in other places as well. And these costs that we've included, we're trying to make sure that they're being aligned with other construction projects that are going on. So in developing that phasing, we've aligned that with where we expect construction is going to be needed within those years as well, to try and capture cost efficiencies by doing them at the same time as other construction projects. And some of those might get deferred, and that might mean some of the active transportation projects get deferred as well. But this is a rough guideline for the costs. It's approximate and high level at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just with regard to some of the implementation budget estimates, what would be examples of, are those just cost ranges because of the unknown cost of things going forward, or is there like significant changes that would?
There's a range included there because we're looking at it from a very high level. We're looking at it from the citywide scale. When we get into the actual design of those projects and the construction, there's so many unknowns that come up that we don't have the information to understand all of those. So we provide that range We've also developed this, our recommendations to give the staff a little bit of flexibility as it comes to those design as well. So we'll say a physically separated active transportation facility is recommended here, but that could be a multi-use path. It could be a cycle track. It could be a protected bike lane. So there's uncertainty with those costs too. It depends on what is feasible at the design phase.
So when it comes to like the physically separated cost range, that sort of is then up to us how many kilometers of physically separated we go with, sort of thing, or is that it's fairly set in stone in this plan?
The plan sets out the number of kilometers, but it doesn't set out the exact type of the facility.
Right.
Is what I should say, I guess.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, thank you very much. I know that you've worked in a lot of other municipalities, and I'm sure you've worked in municipalities where you hear, nobody rides a bike, nobody uses active transportation. Do you have any success stories that you can share with other municipalities that have adopted an active transportation master plan and where you've seen the benefits of specifically equity being able to access and travel?
The success stories come over a long period of time. It does take time to shift that behavior, absolutely. One example that I think is really great that's local is to look at the city of Hamilton. They have a bike share program and an equity-focused program for giving people access to bikes and more equitable access to active transportation. It's called, I believe, the Everyone Rides Initiative.
Okay.
So they provide discounted passes to their bike share system to make sure it's equitable and people who are in those lower income groups and living in those lower income areas get access as well. And they publish, I believe, the results and what kind of usage they're seeing. So I definitely suggest taking a look there and see what it can do for a city like that.
Thank you. And then last question. I know that there are some people who will look at bike lanes or active transportation lanes and see that as causing additional traffic or causing increased car traffic. Is that your, I guess, what would you say to that?
It depends on the type of facility, active transportation facility that's being implemented. If you're doing something on road and within the existing road space, absolutely, some space needs to be required to be able to provide a safe facility for someone to use on that road if there's very high volumes of traffic. We saw that in our responses in the survey. A lot of people don't feel safe right now. And it really comes down to what in the sort of transportation engineering realm, we're shifting towards more of a multimodal approach to transportation planning. So taking some of that focus on just people in cars getting around, and by deprioritizing a little bit on that, it provides so many more opportunities for other modes of transportation and not just active transportation, but in transit as well. And giving people the opportunity to see that as a very reasonable and feasible way to get around the city and a safe way to get around the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, question. I guess a city our age would present, there's more problems, being the age of our city, and our planning 100 years ago wasn't there. I'm thinking of like Geneva Street, for example. To put bike lanes in Geneva Street, now you're going to be, and then still have sidewalks, like you have to take land from people's front yards and stuff. I know there's rights of ways that are available there as well, but so that would create more of a challenge, I guess, in certain areas of our city.
If you take that exact approach, that could be that challenge. It really gets into, once you get to that design phase, you need to look at the opportunities and the challenges within a certain right-of-way. So that's more detailed than we look at in this plan. But Geneva Street, for example, maybe you can reallocate some space on the road by taking away a two-way left turn lane in the middle of the road in some spots, for example. Or and that can provide some space for a buffer. It really comes down to council, like the city's priorities. Do you want to maintain the existing road and keep everything within there? Do you want some flexibility within the boulevard to provide a separated facility in there as well? Those are the different things that you look at once you get to that more detailed design phase that we don't get to in this plan.
All right, okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Dodge.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to presenter. Thank you for coming this evening. Right now, we have kind of like a, not to put anybody down, but it's kind of like a mishmash, you know, like we're taking people to a certain point, and then when they get to that point, it's kind of like it just drops off, and there's like, it's kind of like, well, what do I do now sort of thing. So in this planning, phasing, and what you're doing, and part of our issue is that we have regional roads mixed in with city streets and stuff like that. And when I was reading through the report, I didn't really get that the region has a huge grasp on this and whatnot. So like moving forward, I guess my question is, like when we did the waterfront trail and the canal pathway and stuff, we kind of had a vision from, you know, Port Colborne to St. Catharines, and this is what we were going to do, and we were going to have a continuous thing. I don't really see any, like, I don't know whether I'm just missing it when I'm reading it, but like, is there that type of plan happening here where we're going to say, okay, you know what, this is our vision, and we're going to try to get from, you know, downtown St. Catharines to the beach, say, and we want a continuous route to do that, and out of that we can have like branches off, or like, is there something in the works here somewhere that I'm missing that I can't see?
Key point that went into the development of the network here. We want to make sure that there's continuous facilities provided and make sure that people can get across the city without having to leave an active transportation or a safe active transportation route. That is what we focused on when we developed that rapid implementation network. So we're using roads that address some of the major barriers in the city, the QEW, for example. So we're using Lake Street, suggesting that as a key route to get across the QEW and connect the north to the south part of the city. And continuing through downtown, we have the Merritt Trail in a short-term phase for implementation, and it's existing there right now too, and that can get you further down south and connecting to Thorold eventually. So we really took that approach and made sure that as we were developing that network, we wanted to make sure that a continuous route was being provided. There are gaps, I would say, and that largely is because there's regional roads where we can't propose things. And it becomes a challenge with something like 12 Mile Creek and trying to cross 12 Mile Creek and not use the regional road. That's very challenging in some parts of the city.
Mm-hmm. And I think that when we talk about people feeling unsafe with things, I think that's part of it, is because they feel safe on part of the route, and then the next thing they're not, because there's nothing really there for them, sort of thing. So like, I think that, you know, when in the budgeted part, it's a lot of money we're talking about for this, and you're talking about $2 million roughly for the first, every year so that's $6 million in the first 3 years. I'm hoping that when it comes back a little, I don't know whether it's too late, but we could have something that would say, okay, you know what, this is what we're going to identify, and this is what we're going to work towards, so that, you know, we can get from A to B and C to D, like across the city, and we're going to have it so that it's safe. So I don't know, that would be just some of my comments, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You indicated that a high percentage of our cyclists feel unsafe. How does that compare with other municipalities?
I can't speak to other municipalities. We didn't have that exact, we didn't conduct that survey across multiple municipalities. We just focused on the city of St. Catharines for that. But it's going to vary by municipality depending on the type of active transportation infrastructure they have. If they have something more separated, when we see that they have physical barriers between the vehicle traffic and the bike lane, people feel safer in that. And that's what we call an all ages and abilities active transportation facility. So when you have that separation, people within all groups feel safer in that.
Okay, I do recognize that, but my next question is, how does the accident rate with cyclists here compare with other municipalities? You've indicated you've done research in other areas as well.
I don't have those stats on hand for that, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the presenter. Thanks for the presentation. You've done some terrific work here. Definitely shown how we're moving towards a connected active transportation network across the city. I have two questions. The one has to do actually with Councillor Kushner's last question there, but just around data collection and looking at performance. How do we know whether or not, like, is it built into this plan that we're going to be evaluating residents' perceptions, residents' increased use of these facilities? Is there that type of thought in this plan, or that type of foresight in this plan, or is that something, a question I should ask city staff?
That's absolutely part of this plan. So we developed a monitoring and reporting strategy. So that includes going out and making sure we're surveying residents, asking them how they feel about the network, how they feel about facilities that have been implemented, doing in-person surveys, online surveys, and those different ways of reaching people and making sure we're getting feedback from the community.
And then what about the stats? This is something that I've struggled to find myself, asking, looking for stats around, like there's a difference between perception and how safe roads actually are. So around stats around the number of pedestrian accidents at our intersections. Does this plan look at, because I know we're doing a better job moving forward, we're doing a better job collecting some of that data. So is that data going to be integrated into the reporting as well that this plan sets out?
Yes, I do believe that we included collision monitoring, collision reporting in the plan, in the monitoring and reporting plan as well.
No, excellent. I'll have more questions for staff when we get there. But then my last question just has to do with students. So you can talk a little bit about how this plan helps students get to and from school safely. I know that's been a concern for a number of residents, and I think particularly I'm thinking about the garden pathways for my own kids and students that go to Harry Tubman, how important those are going to be. But maybe can you just talk a little bit about how this plan connects with student safety?
We really developed that greenway network of local roads, making sure people can make those local trips, making sure we're connecting to schools and providing that approach, and making sure parents who are taking their kids to school have a way to get kids to school on a road that has low speeds, low traffic volumes, and making sure they feel safe while doing that. That's really the approach that we took with that greenway network. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. I know a lot of residents are concerned about that, so they'll be really happy to hear that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think most people in this room would agree that right now St. Catharines is a very car-centric city. How do you go about, if we're going to develop a plan, networks, as Councillor Dodge indicated, so that how do you get people out of their cars all of a sudden? You convince them and say, hey, get on a scooter or get on a bike. When we've been driving our cars, regardless of age, how do you convince those people to change their habits?
Convincing is in providing a safe opportunity for them. That we have statistics on like a province-wide survey. It really goes back to the guidance that we have, that the majority of people are interested in active transportation, but they're concerned about their safety while using active transportation. So that's the group that we really want to try to capture when we're developing this plan, making sure that we're including separated facilities and that separation to target that group, because that's the group that is the largest piece of the pie, I guess. So it's a process, and people, it takes time, and you have to provide that connected network to convince people to get out of their vehicles, and show them that active transportation can be an easy way to get around the city and a safe way to get around the city. We really try to target especially those short trips. So under 5 kilometers is typically the guideline that we look at. So it might not be people who are driving across the city for commuting purposes, but it could be people who are taking kids to school, people who want to bike and take a short trip to the grocery store to pick up a few groceries, something like that. Those are the short trips that that we have a very high potential of replacing with active transportation.
Okay, and secondly, and lastly, in order to do this, we need I think, a very elaborate signage system of wayfaring, which we don't have right now, I don't believe. You can see signs where it says waterfront trail, but is that what, that has to be very, very important to do that so that people know where they're going and how to get there.
We've developed recommendations and a strategy in developing that. The city is already implementing some new signage that is quite high up there with new standards. So you'll see some new signs around the city with directional arrows saying the distance as well as the time that it takes to walk and to cycle to that destination. That's following best practices, and we've included some recommendations on additional types of signs that should be included. But the direction that the city's going is clearly a good direction when it comes to wayfinding.
Okay. If you see Councillor Kushner and myself on a trail on an e-scooter, you know we've been successful.
Councillor, I will just say, I will pay money to see you on a trail on an e-scooter. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. I did want to just ask one question of my own, Mr. Sully, just with respect to the implementation and the costing. There was a chart and it had very large numbers. Those are incremental increases in the annual capital budgets, or are some of those dollars already contained within capital projects that would be ongoing?
Is it this table?
No, the one before.
One before that?
So you've indicated, $1.137 to $2.217 million for the 0 to 3 year time period.
Right.
Are any of those dollars already captured within a project, or are those new dollars over and above what the projects would cost in the first place?
This was just calculated based off of the initial the cost of the average cost for constructing that type of facility.
So that might be a question better for staff then, just to ask.
I think so.
All right, Mr. Martuccio, you're on notice. Start thinking. No, you don't need to answer yet. We've got to get through the presentation. Seeing no others, can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Ratzlaff, Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Sully, for the presentation. Before we get into discussing the report, we do have 2 presenters. I will actually, because I've asked the question, Mr. Martuccio, if you're prepared to answer the question now with respect to that, that costing. So and I'm not sure if I'm explaining the question the way I want to. There's going to be capital projects that are ongoing during those years. Are some of the costs that are indicated there for the implementation of this, are those over and above what the current project costs would be without the active transportation measures? Are some of those costs captured already in the capital projects, or are they all new dollars?
To you, Mr. Mayor, the costs identified are the cost of implementing the active transportation within those years. For example, the 0 to 3 years, some of those costs are already identified in our budget forecasts. For example, we've put $250,000 a year into our capital budget to address active transportation needs throughout the city, so some of those costs are already there. Some of them have been earmarked for certain projects, which probably were identified prior to the creation of the active transportation master plan. But our intent is to continue to put at least $1 million of capital funds into the capital budget moving forward.
Okay, so I'm going to ask in a slightly different way just because I want to drill down to this. Let's say we have a capital project, we're repaving Lake Street. Right now, there's a cost associated with the project to repave Lake Street. If we decide to go forward with the active transportation measures and we can say, oh, well, that would cost $250,000, would some of those dollars be offsetting dollars that are already in the budget for a full repaving of Lake Street? Because now we're putting in an active transportation corridor, but some of the asphalt was already going to be purchased for the repaving of the street. So in fact, that large $2.2 million number per year for the first 3 years, some of that's probably already in the budget. So I'm trying to reduce the sticker shock a little bit here, and I'm hoping maybe you can help me with that.
if we are going to resurface a street to the same width and it can accommodate bike lanes and we change the profile to do that, those costs are already within the approved budget, yes.
So wonderful. So my point being in all of this, I think it's important, with that implementation and costing screen, which admittedly were large numbers, some of those dollars are already a part of the budget. Those are not net new dollars. Some of them are net new dollars for instance, concrete bollards or something along those lines, which may be used to separate a bike line. But other parts of the new infrastructure are already captured in the budget. So the actual increase to our overall capital budget, I would wager, will be smaller than what was indicated on those screens based on what we've already forecast. And I got a nod from Mr. Martuccio, so I'm going to go with that. All right, before discussing the report, as I said, we have delegations from Catherine Crow and from Kevin McDonald. So at this time, I will now call on Catherine Crow to present. Ms. Crow, the lectern is yours.
Yes, that's probably my height. Okay. Hello. I'm here because 8 years ago, I was riding my bike in a designated but unprotected bike lane when a car struck me, nearly ran me over, and broke my left leg below the knee so severely that multiple surgeries later, it has yet to heal and still causes me a lot of pain and interferes with my ability to walk and stand comfortably. In fact, I'm getting yet another surgery this Friday. I think the taxpayers have, by this point, spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on my care and rehabilitation and at least a dozen surgeries and mental health issues. And so when you look at the cost of making it safe for somebody to ride their bike, you have to look at the cost of not making it safe, because there are a lot of us already out there actively going through our city despite the overwhelming risks, and there are a lot of us ending up badly injured. I was very lucky. I didn't suffer a brain injury, but when I was in many modes of rehab, I've seen people who just, oh, those poor souls. So I live pretty much in the, oh, the map's gone. I live very close to Carleton and Ontario, and I do not feel safe leaving my neighborhood, like my little cul-de-sac, either by foot or on bicycle. If I want to, say, cross at Carleton and Ontario, that's a really scary intersection there. I don't like it. Carleton and Hague is another one. I know Councillor Ratzlaff has done some work and that will be being addressed. That's wonderful. If I do get past those and I want to come downtown, the area, particularly around Church Street, is not pleasant. I am less than a 10-minute bike ride from here, but I would not feel safe riding my bike here. I would love to be able to get out. I still ride a bike. I love riding a bike. I'm not letting anybody knock me down from that. I can actually ride a bike quite well and quite comfortably. I have an e-bike, so that helps. I would love to be able to, say, ride down the Merritt Trail up over Martindale where there are bollards and down to Port Dalhousie, but again, I have no safe way of getting there, so what I do is drive over to the Merritt Trail and then get on my bike to go for a bike ride. That's ridiculous. I am constantly doing things like that. If I wanted to ride my bike in this new Fairview Park, I don't have any way of going there. I'm not going to go across the QEW in Lake and so not only has my active means of getting around, because I'm the kind of person who prefers to not use a vehicle. I'm a much an environmentalist, has been taken away from me, but also my enjoyment of pleasant biking trails within our beautiful city. I love this city, but it's to live where I do and not be able to ride my bike to all these places near me is very frustrating. And even as a pedestrian, I have tried walking down Ontario Street, say from Carleton to Scott. There must be about 30 driveways coming out on either side. Nobody's stopping to look for the sidewalk. And the people of my neighborhood are the lower class handicapped people who need to go over there and walk or ride their little scooters or whatever. And you're taking your life in your hands. So I just wanted to say I'm so happy to see a plan like this. I think I am far from the only one. And so I really hope that you will move forward and approve it. Thank you.
Folks, and I want to applaud as well, to be completely honest. But I'm going to respectfully ask that we do not do that again.
Okay.
This is not the place for it. And I say that as someone who, again, would love to applaud, okay? But we do not clap in the council chambers. It is unfair and it can be intimidating for others who may not share the same viewpoint, okay? So I respectfully request we don't do that again. Do we have any questions for the presenter? All right, Councillor Ratzlaff.
Oh, yeah. Hi.
Hi, thanks for coming today, Ms. Crow. I just wanted to say thanks for sharing. And I get in trouble for this not being a question, but yeah, just thanks for being here and sharing your perspective. I think is very valued. It's very important for us to hear your perspective, and I'm glad you gave us the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Councillor, you can turn it into a question by saying, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I would.
All right.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, Ms. Crow, thank you very much for coming
Thank
and
you.
presenting today. At this time, I will call Kevin McDonald to come and present. The lectern is yours.
So good evening, councillors, mayor, many of the friendly and familiar faces in attendance. I've lived in St. Catharines for about 12 years, coming here from Nova Scotia to go to Brock University, where I taught and earned a MA and PhD in psychology. In recent years, I've become a psychotherapist and I've, more fun, been involved in community groups such as the Hague Neighborhood Association, the Niagara Glow Riders, and Bike Me Up, where I help repair bikes to provide reliable transportation to individuals in need. I provide this background basically just to provide the basis for my perspectives and passion on this topic. The first perspective I want to offer is that academic in me who looks to the evidence that says investment in active transportation benefits communities, likely in way more ways than I could convey in these few minutes. A couple studies with data from 14 countries and cities in 47 US states, Puckner and colleagues found that more active transportation, such as walking and biking, was associated with better health outcomes. Similarly, another study modeled data from several cities, and they showed that increasing active transportation users would likely improve health outcomes, as well as provide public benefits such as reduced traffic congestion, reduced street noise. So if you like a healthy population and don't like traffic, there are good reasons to prioritize active transportation. And this has been spoken to already, but that suggests that how do we get people to do that? And as has been said, when you build it right, people will use it. For example, another study, Aziz and colleagues explored infrastructure and commuter data throughout New York, both in the city and outside. And they found from their data that wider sidewalks, longer, more protected bike lanes increase the likelihood of people using active transportation, particularly for those short trips, especially for those short trips, I should say. And now you might think, as been said, hey, we have some lines, but I don't see people using them. And that's only kind of fair, as we said, because most people just don't feel safe. In fact, this is from the ATMP, only a handful of facilities in St. Catharines meet the modern OTM Book 18 standards, and very few. These standards are supported by foundational data indicating that currently many would-be active transportation users choose not to because the infrastructure doesn't feel safe. Now, I'm going to switch to some anecdotal data to say that I can provide some local confirmation of that. I use a bike as my primary mode of transportation year-round, and besides comments about the weather, the thing I hear most of all is, oh, I would like to take my bike, but I don't feel safe. Or, I'm not confident enough to ride on these roads. And I understand these comments. Our facilities are substandard and disconnected. There's painted lanes with minimal protection, and even those disappear randomly or when you need them most, like at intersections. I appreciate what we have, and there's some nice spots, but we will not see widespread use if people don't feel they can get from A to B safely. The final perspective I'd like to share is that of an advocate, specifically for my many students and clients and friends that I've talked to over the years. I'm able-bodied and I choose to walk and bike instead of drive, but many do not have those same options. Factors such as age, disability, financial resources, fear of getting behind a wheel after an accident, all these things can impact one's, choice and what they can do, and many people can't choose to drive instead. Clear sidewalks and footpaths are critical in allowing many of these people to do tasks that others take for granted. People of St. Catharines, including many farm workers who work here or in the surrounding region, rely on their bike to get to work or to travel throughout the city. These individuals deserve, just as we all do, city infrastructure that is designed with their safety in mind. This is what I like most about the proposed plan. It's a plan to ensure everybody, young to old, and of all abilities and means, can get around safely, whether they drive, walk, bike, or beyond. Historically, we've put the convenience of motorists above the safety of other road users, particularly those who are already vulnerable for those reasons I said. As a matter of equity, health, comfort, and safety, going forward, I hope we can commit to building a safe, active transportation network that connects everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Can I have a councillor to move and second the delegations? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So on to the report. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report? And a reminder, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Ratzlaff, this recommendation is to refer this to City Council for consideration of the staff recommendation, the meeting of September 23rd, 2024. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I would think we would all support the concept of active transportation. I just wanted to ask, when this comes back in September, will staff be able to give us some better information on costing and potential funding? Like, I see that the report says that what's in the budget right now over the 3 years is a total of about $3.8 million for this. And of course, the estimates that the consultant gave us are many times that potentially. So if I can ask that when it comes back, that we get from staff some better quantification of what the potential costs are and some suggestions as to where that funding would come from, please.
So I'm looking to Mr. Martuccio, but I think specifically with years, I would imagine, Councillor Garcia, you're looking for the first 3 years. It's difficult, obviously, to guesstimate what might exist in the construction industry beyond that. But would we be able to get a more detailed costing for the first couple of years of the implementation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yeah, we could go through the approved capital budget to identify what funds are available and how they could be used for the implementation of the ATMP. With regards to the capital costs of projects that are in the $3 to 25 years. Those costs, they'll be refined as we move through those projects and the implementation of those projects. As the mayor identified, if we're going to reconstruct a road, it is going to be a lot cheaper to put an active transportation piece of network through that road because we're already in there doing construction. If we have to go in there and just build an active transportation piece of infrastructure that is separated, obviously those costs are going to be much more expensive to do on their own. So that is why I think the consultant has identified the large ranges for the cost of the active transportation network. Costs are obviously more, could be more efficiently dispersed when they're part of larger projects.
Can we open up Councilor Garcia again?
Thank you for that, Director. And Mr. Mayor, through you, Director Douglas is not here, but if she could give us some suggestions as to funding.
She is actually online.
Oh, she is? Okay.
So
All right.
what's the question for her?
Only that Director Martuccio talked about the capital budget and the projects, and I'm saying perhaps she could comment on the 23rd on what the funding sources would be.
Okay, Ms. Douglas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we will be prepared with that information.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Phillips, followed by Councilor Ratzlaff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Martuccio, many of our spine routes are the responsibility of the region, I understand. When repaving and reconstruction of those routes, such as Niagara Street, Ontario Street, happen, and they're the responsibility of the region. When we pass this tonight, is that going to guarantee that the region will be putting in the required bike lanes, or is that already understood?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll start the question and then I'll have Brian Appleby here provide more clarification. I believe the spine routes that we identified in our active transportation master plan are on city streets. There is infrastructure or active transportation routes that will also be on the regional network, and we do work collaboratively with the region to try to implement those. The region of Niagara is also going through the process currently of updating their ATMP. I believe it's in conjunction with TMP, but I'm not 100% sure of that. It is something that is always one of the first topics of discussion when we go through reconstruction projects with them is what are their plans for active transportation? How do they plan on implementing it? There's still funding discussions that we work with on the region with regards to that, but we work with them as much as we can.
Thanks, Anthony. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have much more to add to what Director Martuccio said. He's correct. The spine routes we've shown, actually, in fact, all the routes we've shown on here are on city infrastructure, on city streets, or in areas that we own. What we have done through the plan is identify gaps in the regional infrastructure that we would like to highlight to them so that they can consider that when they go through their update to their TMP and their transportation master plan and their active transportation master plan, which we understand will be occurring in the relative near future. We've been working closely with the region on the development of our plan, and they are keenly interested to see where the city lands on this so that they can integrate what we have into theirs and be a more cohesive plan moving forward. I don't want to speak for the region, but I know that they have expressed to me that we need to do a better job collectively ensuring that we do have those connections across the city. The residents, the visitors, they don't care who owns the road and who has jurisdiction over it. They just know that they need to get somewhere and they need to get there safely. And so we have to do a better job together to ensure that. So through this plan, we're trying to do our part, and we will work with the region. And I know they are very interested in doing their part.
That's good to hear because their routes are probably the longest ones in the city, going from north-south in particular. And if we want our cyclists to get there safely and quicker, then the region has to be on board with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. I will say, upon council adopting the active transportation master plan, one of my goals is to ensure that whatever comes out of the region aligns with the goals of this master plan. And I'm sure we will have the support of St. Catharines regional councillors. Thankfully, one of them happens to be in the room right now. Councillor Secord came in quietly during the debate, and I'm sure Councillor Secord will happily advocate for St. Catharines active transportation through the region. I'm getting thumbs up while also a finger over his mouth, like, please don't tell people I'm here. So, all right, Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just have 2 questions and 2 comments, I guess. The first question is for Director Douglas. I just think it would help council if we could put a little bit of perspective on the numbers. Can you provide for us how much we spend on vehicular infrastructure currently, year over year? I just know that from being on the budget committee, I know it's second or third of what we spend as a city.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the figure in front of me. That can be something that we can bring back for council in September.
Like the numbers that we saw with the active transportation, what I mean, I guess you don't have the number, but like if you had to guess, like what percentage of our spending on vehicular or transportation infrastructure does that account for? Approximately. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what I can say is that, you know, when we look at our asset management plan, that we are underfunding in the our road network area. With regards to active transportation, we do spend, as Director Martuccio indicated, there's $250,000 for active transportation. Plus, in the next 3 years of budget, we have $3.8 million, and our overall capital program is approximately $74 million. So it's, you know, less than 1% of our capital program spending on active transportation, for just a rough ballpark figure.
That's really helpful. So 74 million. And what we're looking at here with active transportation is just around 1%, just over 1%. That's helpful. I think that really helps put those numbers into perspective on how much we spend on our transportation network in St. Catharines overall. My second question just has to do with something specific in that plan. First Street Louth. Right now, it shows it as long term. I'm just wondering. I use that as an example. I'm just wondering if there are parts of the plan that councillors or we hear from residents they would like to see happen quicker than others. What kind of opportunity is there to make adjustments? And I use First Street Louth only because I know a lot of residents in Martindale. There's two schools on that street, and I know there's a lot of people who use that street to get to the 4th Ave business area. And I'm wondering, maybe that's tied in. Maybe some of the projects are tied into street reconstruction. But I'm wondering how much flexibility is there to bump things up or change things around.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's absolutely opportunity to do that. As you rightly noted, this plan was developed to start working on those connected networks. So the rapid implementation is to be a connected network, and it feeds certain streets and certain areas of the city. Other parts of the plan are aligned with future planned reconstruction to get those cost savings in there. So the opportunities to change the prioritization are absolutely there. There may be cost and other implications associated with that. For example, the cost to create the piece of infrastructure may be higher if it's done on its own and ahead of other planned work, and that may also require not doing another part of the plan to replace that. Or it may be just a requirement of increasing funding to do both. So there certainly is the opportunity to do that, and these are the discussions I think that we would really looking forward to having with councillors as we move through the workshops in the summer.
That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you for that. I just wanted to make one or just a comment in support of this motion in front of us today. I'm an avid cyclist. I think a lot of people around this horseshoe know that. I have been run over by a car on our streets, and that did change how I bike, but I noticed the biggest change was when my kids started to walk and ride to school. it made me a lot more nervous to see them get on their bikes and ride on our roads. And I think that, when children get to the age where they can start walking to the park on their own or biking to school on their own, that should be an exciting, empowering moment. It shouldn't strike fear into a parent's heart, but it does currently. I'm excited for this plan because of the way that for two primary reasons, accessibility and equity. That was touched on a lot in this presentation. And while I couldn't find specific statistics about Canada, I assume we're pretty similar to the States. And in the States, 1/3 of people either can't drive or they can't afford to drive. This group often includes individuals with disability, those with low incomes, the unhoused, students, young people, and seniors. This master plan, once built, communicates to all those individuals in a really tangible way that the city was built with them in mind. As a transit commissioner, I see active transportation as an extension of our transit system. When a bus drops someone off in a safe and enjoyable area to walk or bike, taking transit becomes more attractive. Active transportation and transit work hand in hand, and when we make an investment in active transportation, it bolsters the investment we've already made in our transit system. The second point I wanted to make was just active transportation isn't just about non-drivers, people who can't or can't afford to drive. Even if you live in an area where car ownership is a necessity, this plan benefits you too. Managing traffic as our population grows requires finding ways to reduce car usage, right? If more people use buses, bikes, or walk, it means fewer cars on the road, it means less traffic. And traffic is something we hear from residents all the time. And if we want to see more people enjoying our city and still being able to get around, active transportation is essential. I haven't touched on the environmental benefits. I haven't touched on the potential for creating more affordable housing that active transportation allows for. But I think it's clear that investing in active transportation is great for any city, but especially great for St. Catharines. I'm grateful for all the work the staff have done, and I'm looking forward to seeing this plan come into fruition. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of comments, and one of the ones that has been brought up a couple of times, and I think that we spoke about it a little bit this afternoon when we were talking about this plan, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to be taking this to the region and hopefully incorporating when we have major construction or any type of construction on regional roads, that there's some sort of bike network put into this. And I don't know if Councillor Secor is still sitting behind me, but you're not listening to me, Peter. Peter? This is for you.
Councillor Secord, you were being called out right there. I just want to make sure you're listening, so.
I was just going to say that when he sat with us, I know that he was a very strong advocate for, safety and things for the citizens of St. Catharines. So I know that he will also be helping you with that quest at the region. And I've only had one meeting for the transportation, and I'm not really sure what our everything will entail, but hopefully at some point I'll be able to bring this up at those meetings as well, because I think that it's very important that we have some of these networks. I know that, we've had major construction on Ontario Street. Lake Street's had some stuff redone, and I see when I go there that doesn't seem to be anything incorporated into biking and making it more pedestrian friendly. And all of the roads leading from north to south are regional roads coming across the QEW. So at least one of those would be nice if they had something for people wanting to come across other than in a car. And saying that, when I'm looking at some of the stuff in this report and whatnot, we're talking about, bike paths and whatnot. I know that we've been asking for one, and I'm going to ask again, one pedestrian crosswalk on Lakeshore Road at Walker's Creek, and I know that Councillor Phillips will agree with this. It's a very busy intersection, and we already had another lady saying this evening about some places that she feels that aren't safe to cross. So maybe those maybe are little things that we could tweak before, and it would be really nice to see the pedestrian crosswalk on Lakeshore Road.
So Councillor Secord, if you want to take note of that, and perhaps we can bring that to our regional council meeting on Thursday night. Excellent, wonderful. See, this is why regional councilors don't come and visit us, because I call them out. Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Are there any questions, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Phillips? Yes. Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Lindo?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.3, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Community and Cultural Displays on City Property. Before we move into presentations, I'll look to the Deputy CAO. Did you want to speak now? Or? We'll pause for 30 seconds and allow the gallery to clear out. Gee, I wonder who arranged all of those active transportation people to be here tonight. Mice giggle, but rats laugh. All right, at this time, we will move on to the community and cultural displays on city property. Before we discuss the report, we will hear a delegation from Saleh Waziruddin. So at this time, I will call on Saleh Waziruddin to present.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. I'm Saleh Waziruddin, speaking today as an individual resident in support of staff's recommendation to not allow religious displays on city property. This whole issue started out about having a nativity scene on City Hall. It's not an accident that applications for displays will start in November. There's no way to make this inclusive, no matter how you spin it, because there's only one religion with the tradition of having a nativity scene at that time of year. There's no way to make it inclusive of atheists, agnostics, those who don't follow any religion. I understand there was even an application for a Satanist display earlier that was denied. But there's no way to make it inclusive of other religions, even other religions, except maybe as a proverbial fig leaf. And that's because other religions don't have the tradition of a nativity scene. So they're just going to be adapting themselves to make some kind of display just to fit in. It's still favoring one religion with a select few other religions on hand just for appearance's sake. But even followers of some other religions don't have the resources to do that bare token level of participation. So what you're going to end up with is a show of being inclusive without actually being inclusive. And that's only fooling ourselves. This is public relations, not actual diversity, not inclusion, and not least importantly, not equity. And that seems to be the trend here in Niagara, on brand. If you want nativity scenes, have them in thousands of places all over the city, but not on city property, which is supposed to be our common property. Unfortunately, while this policy slowly winds its way through the cogs and wheels of the process, nativity scenes have been allowed in the interim. So let's please put an end to it today. Let's not forget why the one religion with the tradition of having a nativity scene is a majority religion here now. It's because of colonialism. It's because of genocide. There were nativity scenes on this land 500 years ago. I think we acknowledge that in the land acknowledgement. Re-enshrining this only perpetuates the ongoing legacy of colonialism. There's no way to dress this up as being inclusive. It has to go. And across Canada, it is going. City after city, even out in Terrace in the interior of BC, they're finding that having a nativity scene on city property is not inclusive and are removing it. But in Niagara and St. Catharines, while we claim the progressive legacy of Harriet Tubman as our own, we're going in the opposite direction, backwards in time, away from progress, finding new ways to keep doing the old ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wazaruddin. I appreciate all your comments. I will, however, clarify one thing. There was a request from a Satanist group last year to put a display on the front lawn. It was not actually rejected from my office. My office sent back the same list of requirements that we were requiring of anybody making application at the time. One group did fulfill that list of requirements. The Satanist group did not have any further correspondence. It's my understanding that they never responded to the email that was sent back, which I will say did not deny them, simply said this was what was necessary. And I appreciate all of your comments, but I did want to clarify, we did not actually reject anybody last year. We only had one complete application. With that, I will ask, are there any questions or comments for Mr. Wazaruddin? Seeing none, thank you for the delegation. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. Councillor Garcia, Councillor Miller, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Before we discuss the report, I will look to Ms. Ohosky, the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, to provide introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to members of council, this report is before you tonight at the direction of council. You recall in September 2023, council provided a number of directions, including ensuring that the ownership, storage, and construction of displays would no longer be the responsibility of the city. It would be responsibility of groups. That direction is complete, that the city would permit physical displays, that the eligibility criteria that was contained within that report be referred to the city's equity deserving advisory committees for review. That feedback is included in the report this evening. And that staff report back with an implementation plan. So these directions are within the report this evening. There is one question that had been coming up from members and from the community, and that's related to religious displays. So the eligibility criteria currently does not contain provisions for religious displays. That is at the advice council received to make sure the city neither favors nor disfavors a particular group or religious belief. That said, we know that through past directions from council and past delegations that there is interest in religious displays within the community. So we've done our best within this report that should council decide to do an amendment to allow for religious displays, to do our utmost to make sure that we're neither favoring nor disfavoring a particular belief. Some of the provisions we've included are making sure there's more than one location as an option, so that there's multiple places that displays might be installed, as well as making sure there's a process that's clearly a first come, first serve, so that the city is neither disfavoring nor favoring a particular group. So those have been put in. We know that other municipalities, at an abundance of caution, a lot of them are not allowing religious displays. However, should that be an amendment that's desired by council, we have put in measures to do our utmost to make sure of that neutrality, and neither favoring nor disfavoring a particular belief is top of mind. I hope that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Ohosky. So at this time, can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report? Councillor Lindell and Councillor Miller moving and seconding the recommendation in the report. Would either of you like to speak first, or would you like to go last? I see neither of you too concerned, so I will wait until you want to say something in the middle. Councillor Harris.
I was hoping, Mr. Mayor, to add that amendment to allow religious displays. I don't know if that's friendly. So well, perhaps we can vote on it separately then.
Well, we would have to. I will say, though, for clarity's sake, if I'm looking to maybe Ms. Ohosky, if that amendment is being made, would it be that the ineligible requests include but are not limited to that the bullet point religious events or observances be deleted?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps with the assistance of the city clerk, I think an amendment to allow for religious displays would be the mechanism, and we could go through all the report to make sure that that direction supersedes anything within the report to the contrary.
So then if we can have some wordsmithing so that we know exactly what that separate vote is going to be, can I leave that to the city clerk for the time being? Okay, wonderful. So the amendment will be to explicitly allow religious events or observances as a part of the displays. Councilor Harris, you have the floor. Do you wish to speak any more to it? No, okay. So this is an unfriendly amendment, so we actually have to speak just to this amendment at this time. I have Councilor Kushner and Councilor Garcia. Are you speaking to the amendment? Okay, so Councilor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The concern I have is we're moving into an environment which is politically and culturally a very hostile environment. And I would suggest that for this, we look at it every year, because I can see in the future this becoming a very disputed situation, and therefore I put another amendment on that this take place for 1 year.
So Councilor Harris, would you be willing to accept that as an amendment to your amendment? Okay, so we're going to add that this be time limited for 1 year and be revisited in July of 2025. Because I enjoy nothing more than this debate coming back on an annual basis. Can we open up Councilor Kushner's microphone for a moment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if that makes you happy, we'll probably have a chicken debate in 2 months also.
Oh, Councilor Kushner, I will only ask that someone raise the cat licensing bylaw idea as well, because Councilor Harris enjoys that one so much. I will go to Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will certainly support Councilor Harris's amendment, and I just want to share that this council spent a lot of time already last year discussing this very issue, and we came up with the conclusion that we would allow religious displays, but that we would make it all, put it all on the group doing it, where they have to maintain the display, they have to store it, they have to set it up, and they have certain limitations. And to me, that worked well, and I was glad to hear what you said, that somebody else applied, and that was the objective, that anybody else could apply to do it. And there wasn't a time of the year limit on this as far as I'm concerned. I thought that if somebody had a religious event that happened in June, they could do that, and So I would certainly support that, because I think it works well, and I think it's important for the community to continue to do that. And the people that put on that display spend an awful lot of time working on it and contacting the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Miller.
Yeah, I too tire of talking about this. I'm not going to reiterate the same thing I say every year about this, other than to say that I appreciate staff's work on this. I appreciate that both our equity-seeking committees are in support of the plan, not including religious displays, and remind council of some of the legal advice we've received around this. But I do want to just touch on this idea. We didn't really agree to allowing religious displays last year. We had a motion come forward that was engineered in such a way by councilors working with the Christian churches to basically only set up that the nativity scene would be allowed to be displayed. It was modified in such a way that, as we saw, as the mayor pointed out, no other religion, including the Satanists, were able to meet the criteria. So it really was, it was really designed just so we would have the nativity scene and nothing else. And that sort of goes to what Mr. Waziruddin was saying, is that, well, we can do our best to not favor or disfavor anyone. Ultimately, what we are going to end up with, if we do this, is a single religion displaying a single display and nothing else. And the appearance of that remains terrible. It remains, I think, legally questionable under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So while I appreciate what staff is doing and what they're saying here, I don't think there's any way around that this will come off as us favoring the most dominant religion that we have. And the only one that will end up with a religious display again this year. So it will be another year after we've been told this isn't the right thing to do that we will do it, and I just don't think that's something we want to be doing as a city. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, I through you, Mayor, not to reiterate all the points that we've talked about a bunch of times already, but just building on what Councillor Miller said about paying lip service to inclusivity. Staff did tell us last time we had this conversation that if we truly wanted to be inclusive, we had to dedicate funds to a staff person that would work with religious groups to make sure that minority groups were able to or were represented. This amendment to this recommendation doesn't reflect that. The plan that we have in front of us doesn't reflect that. And in fact, when we had that conversation, the councillors who wanted the religious displays also didn't want to spend the money on dedicated staff resource to make sure that our program was inclusive, or at least more inclusive than what this will end up being. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a question of staff regarding the other municipalities? The question is, are there other municipalities that actually display a nativity scene? My understanding is that there aren't any others in Ontario.
Our research, we could only find one other in Ontario, and I think that was as of 2022.
Okay. So, thank you. And that's where my concern lies, is there is a reason why other municipalities in Ontario have chosen not to have religious displays on their city hall lawn. I do have concerns as well about the idea of it popping up in Montebello Park, or, that does seem concerning to me. And it has been said by Councillor Miller and Councillor Ratzlaff. I think we can use the words equity and we can use the words inclusion, but we also have to recognize that some of the things that are traditionally and have been traditions are not equitable and they are not inclusive, and that our community is extremely diverse and is becoming more diverse by the day. And this idea of religious displays, it just doesn't seem to jive to me with what our government and what the city should be representing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Are there any other comments with respect to the amendment? And I'm going to ask that the amendment be put up on the screen so that we can see it.
I have my hand up, Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me chime in on this ongoing debate that we seem to continue to have. My question is, why is this back at us right now? Because I had the understanding that when we last discussed this and debated it, we came to the conclusion of that the religious groups who would be interested would be responsible. Why is this before us again tonight?
Councillor, essentially at the same time we asked that staff come forward with a full-throated policy. And so this is that policy, and staff have indicated, because of the legal advice that was given, that they couldn't recommend the religious observances being a part of the policy, but offered a way for us to amend the policy once and for all.
Okay, well, thank you for that, for the clarification. I support the amendment that's put on the table. However, I won't be, can we vote on Councillor Kushner's ask to have it every year come back? Can we vote on that separately, please?
It is always appropriate to ask for a separation of the vote.
Thank you.
So we do have the amendment on the screen at this time, and Councillor Stevens is up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know who can answer this question, but the tradition of Christmas lights on buildings, is that a religious tradition, or does anyone have the history on that?
So I think you could make the argument that at this stage in the game, Christmas lights have become more of a secular observance and are no longer considered to be religious in nature.
So nobody's been offended by it yet, so.
It's similar to the idea of Santa Claus, Sinterklaas, Saint Nicholas.
All right, this is the easy way out, just to bend them, I guess, and moving forward a bit, but I'm gonna get thrown on a bus here. Like, when does it stop? That's That's all I got to say.
All right. Councillor Kushner.
Rather than put the 1 year in, could it be stated that it be monitored for a year? And if they see no problems, we continue. If they see problems, then they bring it back. And if they bring it back because there are problems, I would certainly support the recommendation.
So then, Councillor, what I'm suggesting is perhaps we delete the second clause with respect to the time limit, and we give direction to staff that they monitor and bring a report back if they feel there are concerns to be raised to council, if needed. Council or staff are comfortable with that direction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if concerns come forth from the community, we'll be sure to report those to council at minimum annually.
Excellent. So we will take out the second half, the second sentence. So we are left with the following, that the amendment, which we are voting on momentarily, that the eligibility criteria as outlined in Appendix 1, subject to modifications necessary to permit religious events and or observances, that the eligibility be amended to permit religious displays. So is everybody clear what we are voting on? Wonderful. I will look to the clerk to call the roll on only the amendment. The mover of the amendment is Councillor Harris. And the seconder is Councillor Garcia.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
So we go back to the main motion. To this point, I believe only Councillor Harris has spoken to the main motion. If there are any other speakers to the main motion, speak now or forever hold your peace. Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll in just a moment. I will thank staff for the time and effort that went into this report, and Deputy CAO Olhoski. I know this has been very contentious, and a lot of folks in the community have had a lot of strong opinions on this, so I appreciate the time and effort that went into it, and I'm thankful that this will be monitored but not necessarily reported on. Only if necessary. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Nope.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to the motions. We have 10.1 is the Salem BME Church and Gravestones for Freedom Seekers. Before we discuss the motion, council will hear a delegation from Rochelle Bush, my favorite of the Rochelles. And before Ms. Bush, before you get going, Councillor Townsend, you have your hand up. Was there something you wanted to add? It might be.
Sorry, I just forgot to put it down.
Oh, leftover hand. Understood. Ms. Bush, the lectern is yours.
So thank you, Mayor, Council, City staff, and I want to thank those who came out to support. But more importantly, I want to thank Councillor Miller. So yeah, everything changed today, so I was in the back writing a new speech out. So my 5 minutes is a go. So I'm here for the public record because there's a problem. And if I wasn't here, everybody would think that there wasn't a problem, but there is. So I know what's going to happen. I'm a black female, and I'm going to be perceived as hostile or angry. That's a given. That's the cards I was dealt based on the color of my skin from birth. So I would not be here today had staff not denied the request to replace a freedom seeker gravestone, the stone belonging to John Lindsay, who was a trustee of the Salem Chapel BME Church for over 40 years. So as you know, the Salem Chapel, with consent from the city, began preserving and restoring gravestones at Victoria Lawn Cemetery to establish an Underground Railroad walking tour. It would be the first ever in North America. And we all know it's the Underground Railroad, so it's a racialized project. So don't get me wrong, I understand the arena I'm standing in as well. So this actual work began in 2022 and it ended in 2023. And this was only part one, and everything was held. It's being held now because of the Lindsay stone, which was the last stone for part one. As you know, the stone is severely damaged, and we wanted it to be reburied and then replaced with a new stone. City staff denied that request, and they said it by email. So by email, they said they planned to display the stone that was damaged. So that would be easily subjected to vandalism if somebody went out to the cemetery and decided, you know what, let's take it apart. So we didn't want that. We wanted it to be reburied. Bear in mind, city staff had no idea about any of the people, the freedom seekers, that were buried out in the cemetery until the Salem Chapel BME Church came forward and told them. So they attached themselves to a stone and a man they knew nothing about and did not care about. So they said the BAO was the boogeyman. And I got some feedback because, of course, there was a lot of inquiries. They said that, you know what, if they moved forward with the Lindsay Stone cemetery license could possibly be revoked. This is the legal team. And they said there could also be a $250,000 fine. It could be imposed. And I inquired, why this Lindsay stone? Why not the other previous stones? Why just John Lindsay? So why was the BAO not concerned with the other stones that were previously restored and unearthed? And I recently learned that the BAO contacted the city in February 2023 because of a picture that was in the newspaper. So there's a picture of one of the restorators, and he's there with a shovel, so there was concern that perhaps, we were digging up human remains. We were out there being grave diggers. Well, the city clearly corrected that, and it was resolved. That information came to me recently, but at the time, I did not have my laptop in front of me to go back and look at the newspaper accounts just to make sure everything that I was told lined up. So that happened in February 2023. In April 2023, two of the perpetrators that brought me here today were in a newspaper account from TVO. They were happy with the project, and they were talking about the restoration and how we're going to move forward with it. Then there was the CBC documentary where John Lindsay is being heralded because he was the richest black man in Niagara, and again, a trustee of the Salem Chapel. There were no issues. And at that time, it was indicated, shortly thereafter, that we wanted to replace the stone. So in November 2023 at a meeting, it came up again. We wanted to replace the stone. Then I received an email this February, so a year after the fact, that we were being denied that request. The stone would not be replaced. So I do want to state that the motion is very, very good. However, it does not give us the right to make decisions over our deceased ancestors. Remember, this is a racialized project. So we're still beholden with this to the city. So as the motion is read, you're going to read, the city must be satisfied. The city determines if we've exhausted searching for the individuals, the living, or the descendants of the deceased. So it's still not up to us. So yes, absolutely, this will be next leveled. So to me, the city's legal team should have figured this out before they even allowed us to advance with the project and raise the $16,000 to restore the gravestones. So that said, this is a project that city staff ruined for us, and they did it because they could. Had nothing to do with the BAO. This is true because CBC filmed a 90-minute documentary, like I stated, 4 months after the BAO contacted the city. Then it's alleged that the BAO said follow the rules. Well, that's not true because we continued on and restored a couple of more gravestones. As I said, the motion is good. However, it does not make us whole. We were robbed of our joy, and the project is incomplete. How are we supposed to complete this project now? Like, I certainly don't want to go into Victoria Lawn Cemetery and research because there's more individuals, and famous individuals, that are out at Victoria Lawn Cemetery that should be part of this Underground Railroad walking tour that we should all be celebrating. So lastly, I hope you understand why this does not feel like a complete victory. And I would also like to know if the names of the other freedom seekers that were already restored, that were not of a concern to the BAO, if they'll be also listed. Thank you.
Councillor Harris. Can we open up Councillor Harris's mic? He still hasn't figured out how the system
Through the mayor
works.
to the presenter, thank you for your presentation. What would make this a win? What could we do as a city to make this better for everybody involved?
Well, we want reassurances that we'd be able to go down to the cemetery, complete the research without being accused of something crazy, because I'm afraid to go in there now.
Okay.
I would want 2 or 3 people. And then just understand that it's a racialized project. Stop trying to appropriate our history. This also, as you know, you got the packages, happened 20 years ago. Same perpetrators, cemetery as well as the museum. All, why? Tourism dollars. It's about the bottom line for their metrics. What about us? We're the authentic site, and we're the site that's struggling. We need the money. Even though this is supposed to be a free walking tour, we need the money. The QR code was supposed to be free, not to be directed to the museum. If anybody's going to be making money off of this, then it should be the church, and we don't want to. It's supposed to be free.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question, but I'll ask you differently. What exactly would you like in the motion that is being presented on the screen? What wording would you suggest?
Why should we have to satisfy the city? We're not going to break the rules for the BAO. The city's going to make sure that that doesn't happen. So at what point will they say that they're satisfied? They could easily come back to us and say, yes, you're telling us you exhausted everything, but we really don't think you did. We want that to stop there. So when can we say it? So with Lindsay, for example, we know that most of his relatives are in the United States. Some may be here, but if they're here, guess what? They're white presenting, and they're probably white presenting for the last 3 generations. I'm not going to go tell them that they're now black. No. Let the city do that, because they're going to bring harm to us. All because of this project, and a lot of the people are. They're now white presenting.
Okay, could you help us with a statement that would clarify what you want?
Oh, Councillor Kushner, now you put me on the spot. No.
Okay.
I never thought to that level. Never thought anybody would be that kind. Thank you. No.
Okay, perhaps, Mr. Mayor, our staff could draft a statement for us which would satisfy the church. Yes.
It's that, as well as in the other one, where the city has to be satisfied as to whether or not we exhausted everything.
So if that's taken out, that would resolve the problem?
Well, sure, because the bottom line is if somebody does appear and say that they're a descendant of the Lindsays, then the onus is on us. We have to remove the stone. We have to bear the cost for all of that.
Okay, I'm asking our staff if they can help us.
Okay, so Ms. Owoski, can you suggest what we strike out from here?
through the mayor to council, to the satisfaction of the city, I think, and I look at to the city's assistant city solicitor as well, is something we put in to our agreements as a matter of course, but we could take out to the satisfaction and put as per directed this evening, and to the satisfaction of the Bereavement Authority of Ontario, or in compliance with the Bereavement Authority of Ontario.
Yes,
If that would
thank
be
you.
amenable to the presenter.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, that would be. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. I would make that as an amendment then.
Okay, so that's an amendment. Councilor Miller, is that friendly?
Thank you.
Wonderful. Are there any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know what? We're going to take a 5-minute recess so that we can make sure that we get this changed to the appropriate level. So 5-minute recess. And we are back. So we have a motion that has now been clarified on the floor in the first therefore be it resolved clause. We have it moved by Councillor Miller, and we'll have Councillor Harris second it. Are there any comments or questions with respect to the motion? Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I just want to thank Rochelle, who called me a couple months ago about this, and we got through it, I think, for the most part, hopefully tonight. And I do want to thank staff as well. I know it was contentious getting to that point, but I know specifically Deputy CEO Ohosky's really been on top of this for the last couple of months, and I think we have a satisfactory outcome, and there was a lot of moving parts with the legal requirements of the BAO, and so I'm really excited, and I'm excited to see the partnership that's mentioned a little bit there with the QR code and things like that at the bottom, and hopefully this is another good step forward in our relationship with the Salem BME and our local Black community. So thank you. Thanks to Rochelle, and thanks to staff.
All right, thank you, Councillor Miller. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindahl.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to 10.2, burying power lines on Main Street. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Garcia. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dodge. Councillor Dodge was very insistent. She was putting her hand up for that one. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I view this as a simple follow-up on other motions, so I'll try to be brief. Like we have passed two motions going back to 2021 because the region has plans to reconstruct RR 87, which includes Main Street and Locke and around the park, Lakeport, and so on. So in both of those motions, we asked that the region please consider working with the utilities to bury the power lines when they redo Main Street. And we were talking about active transportation earlier, so hopefully they'll look at that too. But being proactive, since the electric utilities are the main ones, of course there's also Cogeco and Bell, but the electric utilities are the ones that affect the trees mostly, where they get trimmed back and so on. Being proactive, Councillor Harris and I, since St. Catharines is a shareholder of Electra, we've met with Electra a couple of times to get some ideas as to what this would take to give information to the region when they consider this. And the last meeting that we had, they said that they can give us a specific cost estimate with all the implications of what it would happen if you were to bury the power lines along Main Street. And that to do that, because it requires a lot of their staff time, they required between $10,000 and $20,000. So my motion is to provide up to $20,000 from the taxpayer stabilization reserve, which is specifically for one-time items like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Are there any other questions or comments with respect to this motion? Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you. I'm wondering why the region isn't paying for this. I mean, there's lots of regional roads in my ward that I would love the region to do lots of stuff on. And I would be happy if the city paid for those studies and for those things to happen. They need to happen. We need safer streets for kids. So why aren't they paying for this?
So I think the first reason would be that they don't want to bury the power lines because they know there's going to be an additional cost, and so they don't see the value in putting forward the output. I will say, Councillor, and I had this conversation with Councillor Garcia and suggested we go down this path. We have the request to bury power lines on a regular basis. Like all of us in all of our wards would love to see that happen in a number of places. The truth is, we don't actually have good costing as to what that would actually cost right now, what the implications of that would be, because it goes, my understanding, conversation with Councillor Garcia, conversation with Electra, it goes beyond just the burying of the hydro lines. So we're looking at this as an opportunity to get a test case where we can actually see what those costs look like, because it doesn't just affect us on regional projects, it also affects us on city projects. So having that cost estimate along with the other issues that are raised in a situation like this is probably good information for this council to have and allows us to make better decisions going forward on our own projects. That would be my justification, and that came out of my conversation with Councilor Garcia.
All right, that's helpful. I mean, so the information's coming to city staff, and then we're going to be able to apply that to other projects within our city.
We would be able to apply it to other projects, and we can also provide the information to the region to see if we can see the region forward in burying those hydro lines.
That's helpful, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not a question. Am I doing questions? I can't remember.
You're allowed to ask questions or make statements.
Okay, so I guess one of my statements would be, I think you have to be careful what you ask for, because I know in certain areas where they have buried the lines, one of those neighbors is going to get stuck with that great big box in their front yard, right on the main street, and a street that long, there's going to be more of them than just one here and there. So I think you're going to be willing to take those phone calls from that resident that got stuck with that great big box in their front yard down in Port Dalhousie. So if it's the main reason, are we just doing this to make it look pretty? Or, because I remember talking to hydro staff before, and longevity of the wires are no different, they told me, from whether they're buried or above. I guess the only difference would be they're prettier looking underground, and in a big windstorm, maybe they won't blow down. I think that'd be the only thing. So I just don't see the value in it myself.
So I will say, I think the value of the request here, asking for the report, is that we would also have that information. Those are some of the other consequences that I was mentioning. You know, it's not just a matter of make it look pretty, but I mean, there are issues with respect to how houses are connected in and the green transmission boxes, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that would be contained in the report. All right, seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we're on to item 10.3, which is the motion regarding Woodgale Park. I'm just going to pause for a moment. So this motion has been moved by Councillor Harris, and it has been seconded by Councillor Garcia. I'll just turn off voting mode. And I will look to Councillor Harris. Do you want to start? Councillor Harris, I'll let you start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the idea was both you and I have spoke about this, and Councillor Kushner is going to be have 50 years of service at the end of this term, and we thought it would be appropriate to find something that we could name after him. And the park, Woodgale Park, seemed to be the most appropriate since it had lit tennis courts. It's in his ward, and we just wanted to celebrate all Joe's accomplishments. So I think there is a correction there. I think he's the longest serving member of any council in Ontario.
In Canada.
In Canada, maybe. In the world.
The world.
Well, we know for sure in St. Andrews. So
Okay, now's not the time for
that
Joe
was the
Biden
thinking
commentary.
behind it. So, and I think, like at the end of, and hopefully by the time, you know, we can get a signage and things like that, it would be probably 50 years. That was a
All
joke.
right.
That was a joke. So that's it for me.
Any other comments? Councilor Garcia, did you want to speak? I am going to close the comments, so. Oh, I've got Councilor Stevens first, then Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. Just one quick question, Mr. Mayor. The name that's there now, is that it's not a family name or anything like that? That's all I want to make sure for clarification. We're not taking somebody's family name away from the park or anything like that?
No, we are not.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that speaker's list got long. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to add what I just said to Councilor Harris, that my understanding is that he's not only the longest-serving municipal politician in the city, in the province, and also in the country. This is something he told me at one time. Hopefully he's right.
He's bragging now. I don't think forever.
We'll keep the motion as is, but we'll keep that information in our hearts. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've known Councilor Kushner longer than anybody else in this room because when I was in first year at university at Brock, he was an economics professor, and unfortunately, I didn't get into his class. I got to know another person's class. But I've known Joe for a long, long time. As principal at Power Glen, he made donations for the kids at graduation. People don't realize the philanthropy that he has shown throughout the years and years that he's been in St. Catharines. He's worked, he still works, talking with Matt, he still works very, very hard as a counselor, responds to his residents as great as we all do. And he certainly deserves a commendation, and I think this is the best way of doing it. It's a great park, as you said. It has tennis courts, which he is very proficient at playing on. And I think once he gets to see the sign up there, he'll be pretty proud of what the contributions he's made. St. Catharines should thank him.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will give Councilor Kushner credit for me being here because in 1976, along with all of the neighborhood children on Clement, we were given the task of painting his campaign signs. And it was a very brave thing for him to do, to give children spray cans of spray paint. So that was the first campaign I worked on, and it probably was lead. I'm probably going to pay for it later. And I would suggest that perhaps we could add a community garden to the park because my fondest memory of Councilor Kushner is him at the end of the street watering his garden that was beautiful and had lovely tomatoes. So I think it's a great honor and support it completely.
Excellent. Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief, but Joe, he's been here since I was here, obviously, and he's a mentor to a lot of people, and he does a lot of great things for all of our community, and I think that he does it without any accolades. Even with this, he really didn't want this, even though we've sort of said, well, too bad. But yeah, he's been there for me as a mentor from when I first came on here, and being a newbie and stuff like that, he took me under his wing, and times weren't always easy, and there was lots of hard discussions and stuff like that, and he was always fair, and he had lots of stories, and I think that this is well-deserved. I think he's served this community really, really well, and I'm sure that if we sat down, there'd be so many stories that we wouldn't have enough time in a year to listen to all the things that he's done.
Thank you, Councilor Dodge. Councilor Lindell.
In the 80s, when I was first a radio reporter, I was covering St. Catharines City Council. And always, without a doubt, if you had to ask any counselor any question, Councilor Kushner would be there. He would give you the quote. He would make sure you understood it. Later, when I went to work with McLean Hunter Cable TV and Rogers Cable TV and Cogeco Cable TV, and we were here with the big, huge cameras behind, Joe Kushner would always come over and make sure we were okay. If we had anything that needed to be done, if we wanted any help, he would be there for us. He was so kind, so caring, so considerate, and he still walks every door in his ward when he's running for election, and that's amazing. Like, that's fantastic. He wants to meet his constituents, and I just hope that we can all emulate that someday. And of course, every time he calls me parochial, I wear that with a badge of honor. So this is an amazing thing for Joe Kushner.
All right. Are there any other speakers? All right. Seeing none, I will only add to the conversation and say that the best testament to the fact that we should be doing this is the fact that he was so angry when he found out that we were going to do it and did not want us to do it. And frankly, someone who doesn't want the attention, et cetera, is the person who probably deserves it the most. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Garcia. Counselor Dodge.
I pressed voting mode and it didn't pop over.
It's okay. Let's do it again. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Excellent. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Phillips to come up and take the chair, and I will beg indulgence if we can move 10.5 first. Oh, Director Christie.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, and to all of council. So when we get the sign done and it's ready to be installed, is there an expectation of some sort of a ceremony? I understand that Councilor Kushner doesn't want any pomp or circumstance around this, but yes?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Christie, you can coordinate through my office on that, okay? At this time, as I said, I'm going to ask, beg indulgence, can we move 10.5, flip 10.5 and 10.4 around? So we'll deal with the short-term rental enforcement first. Everybody's comfortable with that? Thank you.
We're doing 10.5 first, did you say? We're doing 10.5. Okay, Mr. Mayor, you have a motion you'd like to make regarding short-term rentals, seconded by Councilor Harris. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. It's not up there.
Thank you, Chair. The motion is fairly straightforward. Whereas the short-term rental accommodation licensing bylaw is currently being reviewed at council's direction, and whereas the intent of the bylaw was in part to deal with properties who were subject to complaints from the community, therefore be it resolved that the City of St. Catharines adopt a complaint-based rather than proactive enforcement policy for bylaw 2023-060. And if I can speak to it briefly, Mr. Mayor. We had a meeting, a couple meetings ago, where we heard from folks in the community and people who had been caught up, I think, unintentionally in the enforcement of a bylaw that started off with good intentions. There were a lot of concerns, if we think back a couple of years to when this bylaw was originally introduced, a lot of concerns with party houses, with people basically operating, hotels within the city. And so the bylaw was brought in to try and deal with those concerns because at the time it was stated that our current bylaws did not have the mechanisms necessary to deal with those problem properties, those properties that were disruptive in the neighborhood. We were given options with respect to how the bylaw would be enforced. It's been described a few ways that, council chose the Cadillac version with very proactive enforcement of the bylaw. Some changes have been made over the course of time. I will admit I take issue with a couple of the changes, and I've forwarded that information to Planning and Building Services as they undertake the review, to Bylaw Services as they undertake this review of the bylaw to try and make it more in alignment with what the original goals of council were. But a change that I think we can make immediately, which would stop us from catching and finding individuals who were not the intent of the fines, would be to move to a complaint-based system at this time. The concerns that were raised several years ago have largely been addressed. We don't hear anywhere near, or at least I'm not aware of hearing anywhere near the volume of complaints or the style of complaints that existed when this bylaw was originally introduced. The party houses have largely been dealt with through the use of this bylaw, but we continue to catch up individuals who I think this bylaw, as it is currently written, is overly punitive. And I'm going to take a moment now to just point out, I don't ascribe any of the, if we're going to talk about blame, I ascribe no blame to staff. I think staff are implementing exactly what was requested by council, both in terms of what's in the bylaw and the enforcement mechanisms that we've used. All of this has been done with the full consent and desire of council. So I don't think staff bears any ill will here. And I've heard some of that from time to time. I think it's unfair. Staff are doing what we asked them to do. And not necessarily this council, it was the last council as well. But staff is doing what they were directed to do. What I'm asking today is that we throttle back on the enforcement, because I don't think we're meeting the original intent of the enforcement anymore. I don't think those problem properties exist the way they did. The bylaw still exists, so if there are complaints, we can still use this bylaw to take on those problem properties that are receiving complaints within neighborhoods that are causing disruptions. But by switching to a complaint-based model, we are not catching up people in the enforcement in what has been, I think, an overly punitive manner up to this point. So I would urge council to support this, because I think we can still meet the original intent of this bylaw as it was intended and deal with the problems that still exist without behaving in that proactive manner and moving to a complaint-based system, which frankly is how we enforce every other bylaw in the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you to the presenter. How will this affect, I guess, we live in the exception of the areas where we still have the party houses, the party buses, the complaints, the parking problems, all of those issues. How will this affect that?
Shall I direct that to the CAO?
I asked the presenter.
Oh, you would like to go directly to the mayor?
I saw that. I apologize.
Would you reiterate that question to the mayor so he's clear?
When you were giving your comments on we live a different area, and we still have the issues where we have the party houses, the party buses, the parking issues. There's lots of stuff that we have that is complaint driven. And when my residents are calling, they're saying, you know, like there's no bylaw enforcement down here on the weekends and after hours and stuff like that. We still have a huge problem. So how will this affect what's happening in the problem areas?
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
So it wouldn't change anything. Like, making this change would not change a single thing that's going on in your area. Because you've indicated, you know, it's being driven by complaints. It would continue to be driven by complaints. Like, not to be flippant about it, but the proactive model is actually not dealing with the concerns you have at this time, because it's all complaint driven anyways. So the changes made by this motion don't change that at all. That's not to say, like, I mean, if there are issues, then we hopefully need to work on trying to deal with those complaints in a more timely manner. But this motion doesn't change that situation. It doesn't improve it or make it worse. It's basically, it has nothing to do with that situation. Oh.
Not the answer I was expecting, but I guess we have to continue to live with that. And I know that we are meeting with staff again, Bill and I, this week or next week to try and get that situation rectified somehow, because these people have been living with this since the short-term rentals have come into play. And we definitely still have problems. And maybe by doing this, it'll, you know, free up some of our staff time to deal with the real problem areas sort of thing. And I'm not saying that other wards don't have it, but we really definitely have it in our area. And then my second question was, if we do this, what about people that are actually, you know, kind of where you say we did the Cadillac version of it, are they going to be forgiven, or how will that work going forward?
Mr. Mayor?
So there's no mechanism in place, and I know this because I've asked legal to look into it several times for me if there was any possibility. There isn't. The reality is there was a bylaw that was put in place. There were violations of the bylaw, and the system that we use to enforce the bylaw through AMPS does not allow for there to be any recompense after the fact. The reality is it was a lawful bylaw. It has always been a lawful bylaw, and so it was enforced the way council asked for it to be enforced. I have asked staff to try and identify any mechanism. None exists at this point. We've looked at the possibility of property tax rebates or of refunds. It's not possible. The law doesn't allow us to do that. That's my understanding, and that's been corroborated every time I've asked legal. To your point, though, because you did make another point, which is actually very helpful, by not being in a proactive stance, that frees up time for our staff to deal with the complaints, I would imagine, to a greater degree. So I suppose there would be a knock-on effect, which is a net positive, and that staff are not going through Airbnb and Vrbo and the other sites trying to identify properties that may be in violation of the bylaw. They're dealing with the complaints that are coming in, and only the complaints.
Councilor Garcia? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Can we have Councilor Dodge?
No, it doesn't matter.
So I just wanted to say thank you for that clarification, and I don't know even if anybody, the people that know of these situations, I hope that they're feeling a little bit of relief that maybe something's coming down the pipe. And, you know, I know that we're not the only ones, and I look forward to whatever we can have. I mean, this has been going on a long time for these people, so I think that they're really looking forward to some sort of resolution.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, is it okay if I put you towards the end? Because I jumped, or do you need to go? Okay, you're good now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And through you to the mayor, I believe you've already addressed my question. Like I agree with Councilor Dodge. We still certainly have problem areas in my ward. But that was the question I wanted to ask you is you mentioned at the beginning of your motion that the bylaw was perhaps catching people that it wasn't intended to. And there are people out there who feel that they were really unjustly fined and so on. And you're saying there is no way that we can do anything to help them with that, right?
Mr. Mayor?
So that's correct. And I will say I've met with a lot of the folks, anybody who has requested a meeting who's been caught up in this. I've sat down, I've had the meetings with them. And like I said, I've asked staff to investigate what mechanisms exist. There are none. Again, it was a lawful bylaw. And, you know, there have been violations. As I mentioned, there are elements to the bylaw that were made, one change specifically that was made on November 7th of 2022, that I'm going to be asking staff to go back and look at removing from the bylaw as a part of this review. They've asked councilors to provide input. That's one clause that I don't think is necessary, and I think it's the cause of a lot of problems. It's a decision that council's going to have to make when the new bylaw comes forward. But with respect to people who've been caught by the bylaw up to this point, again, my understanding is there is no mechanism because of the system that we use and the vagaries of the Municipal Act and how we're allowed to deal with property tax.
Councilor Miller.
Yeah, through you to staff, when is like the review of this? When does that due back to us?
I'll go to the Director of Planning to answer that, please.
Good evening. Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. We're still undertaking our individual interviews with members of council. We have a few more to get through. At that time, we will synthesize the information into themes and categories to assess what changes to put forth to council. I'm anticipating that this could happen in Q3 of this year.
Okay, and just two other questions about the bylaw. Was it set up in terms of the penalties to be revenue neutral, or are we profiting from it as is, or like what's the financial aspect of the model as is as a proactive policy?
Director Cote?
Through the chair to the councillor, when council considered the short-term rental bylaw, it was in accompaniment with an AMPS schedule of fees and penalties. It was set in a way to deal with the most nuisance-related complaints that we were receiving, and that related around predominantly having properties that were acting as short-term rentals without being licensed, noise complaints, fire complaints, trash complaints, and so on. And then it also has a demerit-based system attached to that where people could lose their license and their ability to provide a short-term rental. So there is a significant set of penalties that were assessed and approved by council and have been applied to those who have been found to be not in compliance with the bylaw. For individuals who have received AMPS tickets, there are two levels of appeals that are afforded to them. There is first, somebody can appeal their AMPS ticket to a screening officer, and if they are unsatisfied with that outcome, they are welcome to appeal that to a hearing officer. The program was not designed for the sole purpose of being full cost recovery, although the penalties that are being provided through the non-parking AMP system are meant to help supplement the program and the staffing resources that are applied to it.
Okay, and just my last question, just with regards to, did we hire staff when we were looking at being proactive, and how do we see that role of bylaw staff changing if we go from sort of a proactive, which I would imagine would be more labor intensive, to a complaint-based system?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, and I believe the mayor captured it as well. At the time that the short-term rental program was brought into place, particularly the North End wards were experiencing significant nuisance issues around short-term rentals, and we're also for a large part of them, we were dealing with property owners who owned multiple properties that they were operating short-term rentals, which meant they were not part of the overall housing supply for long-term rentals. So at the time, council's direction was in line with the housing crisis and getting more units back into supply, and to trying to penalize those who were not being respectful of the communities around them. It's been referred to as the Cadillac version, but yes, when the short-term rental programs were brought for council with options on how to regulate and enforce the program, council did opt to support the program with new additional staffing around that. That being said, and that is where the proactive nature was, proactive nature of the bylaw in determining locations that were operating without licenses, that's where the proactive part of the enforcement came from. That being said, staff are well above past year's numbers in enforcing bylaws in other areas in the community, particularly long grass and weeds, waste, and a host of other bylaws that we enforce. We are up about 3 times where we were even last summer at this time. So should the mayor's motion be accepted this evening, any capacity from going from proactive to reactive on this bylaw will be diverted towards long grass and weeds at this time.
Okay, yeah, thank you, thanks for that. Yeah, I guess I would have maybe preferred to wait until that review is done, just so we can get a comprehensive look, but but I am okay supporting this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you. Yeah, it's good to hear that the report is going to come third quarter this year. I do think that there's some improvements that can be made to that bylaw, and we've talked about them extensively. However, I just really want to point out one of the other reasons that I believe was, I mean, I wasn't around when the bylaw was passed, but one of the other reasons why cities pass bylaws like this is to deal with long-term rentals and rising rental costs. And so we talk a lot about affordable housing around this horseshoe, and I know from hearing from tenants in my ward that it's extremely difficult for them right now. The Financial Post recently released an article or a report that showed regulating short-term rentals has led to long-term rental costs decreasing in cities like Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. There was recently a research study done by McGill University examining rentals in Vancouver between 2022 and 2023 that, again, supports these findings. It's clear that short-term rentals do impact affordable housing, especially when we're talking about owners that own multiple properties, which is what we just heard from staff is something that's happening here in St. Catharines. So these are people who own multiple properties who may or may not live in Niagara, who are looking to invest in the short-term rental market here. Closer to home, there's other municipalities in Niagara that are taking stronger measures than we are. So a recent article in the St. Catharines Standard, I think this was last week or the week before, described how Niagara Falls is implementing a similar enforcement mechanism as we have in our AMPs, but it has stricter rules. They don't allow SRT, short-term rentals, outside their tourism districts. And from the Standard article, it looks like fines are up to $1,000 a day rather than $1,000 a month. Fort Erie has banned new short-term rentals altogether. So if you have an existing short-term rental, you're good to go. But if you're looking to establish one in Fort Erie, you can't get a license. And I know what I've heard is that Lincoln is also currently looking to create a short-term rental bylaw based on something similar to our model here in St. Catharines. So I guess the concerns around the impact of short-term rentals on our affordable housing, and our rental market is enough for me just to take Miller's suggestion one step further and just ask that this be deferred until we do have the report in the third quarter. I think that'll just provide us a little bit more knowledge, a little more background on how this will affect short-term rentals in our city. And I'm not opposed to it, but I think that having that background, having that knowledge will lead us to a better decision overall.
Unfortunately, Councillor, you spoke to it, so you can't defer it.
All right, sure. Then I'll ask someone else around this horseshoe do.
Anyone want to defer it? You already spoke to it, sorry. Seeing no one, we'll go to Councillor Stevens as the last person.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of comments. I don't like the idea that you go from being proactive, proactive to reactive, but maybe we were a little heavy-handed at first. It would have been nice maybe if they maybe had a 7-day warning or something like that when staff caught them. Say, here you go, you got 7 days for compliance, and then you're going to get fined. I mean, these guys they're operating. It's a business. They should have done their due diligence regardless. So, if they weren't in compliance, it's their own fault, I believe. But yeah, maybe we can. I'm getting a ton of grass cutting complaints. So, if we can divert staff maybe, and we can try this out. I mean, if it doesn't work, we can always come back and change it again to be proactive in the future. Could we not? So. That's all I had to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just lastly, I mean, I firmly believe, and I see the Skinner family with us tonight, and the majority of the STRs are compliant and they do a really good job. And it's a small group, and we have a lot of them or have had a lot of them in Grantham along the lakefront that we've spent a lot of time dealing with. But it's not as bad as it used to be, and the mayor's right, and I think Councillor Dodge would agree. I'm not getting the phone calls that I used to get, but I still get a few. And I'll support this motion for sure, because I think we can draw back a little bit and see how it goes. And if it doesn't work, well, then we can bring back what we had. So with that, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Mayor Cisco? You have to hit the voting mode.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
No.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Very tepid, yes.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
And Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
That's carried.
Thank you. Now moving to 10.4, it's tax stabilization reserve. Motion moved by Mayor Cisco, seconded by
Councilor McPherson.
Councilor McPherson. Okay. I thought you were just waving at me. Sorry. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is very much a housekeeping amendment. Or a housekeeping motion. We made a motion last year because we didn't have good data with respect to counselors going for education, for conferences, things like that, to use the multi-year budget as, taking the money out of the tax rate stabilization reserve subject to approval from the CAO so that we could get a baseline for what it actually is supposed to cost for counselors to be able to go to conferences, whether it's AMO or if it's FCM or whatever the case may be. But when we made the motion, we only indicated the 2023 year, and we didn't include the 24 to 26 years. But the intent was at the time that for this term of council, we were going to build the baseline using the tax rate stabilization reserve so that we would have solid numbers for budgetary practice after that. So I'm asking council simply to amend, we had put it in place for 2023 and 24, but not for 25 and 26. So I'm asking council just to extend it as it was intended when I think we all thought we were originally voting for it in that manner in the first case.
Thank you. Any comments, questions, concerns? Clarification from the CAO.
Mr. Mayor, we have the 23 and 24 years will inform 25 and 26.
Yes, sorry, 24. I'm reading the numbers off of the screen and my contacts are not working particularly well right now, so thank you.
Okay, that's clear. Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco, sorry. Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you going to take the chair back?
All right, we're back. Item 11 is motions of City Council as sole shareholder for St. Catharines Hydro Inc. 11.1, approval of St. Catharines Hydro Inc. bylaw number 2. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Harris, seconding Councillor Garcia. It's a hydro motion, so I felt compelled to go with a hydro person. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, queries, confabulations? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Windle.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. Are there any notices of motions for the next meeting? Seeing none. Report requests. I have a request for a report on potential outdoor pickleball court options in the city and the anticipated costs. That's right. We're talking pickleball. Out of curiosity, just show of hands, who here has played pickleball? It's a phenomenal game. I'm just going to throw it out there. Mr. Christie, not a very good partner when you play pickleball, but adequate. We were winning 4-0, and then he started playing, and it got bad. All right. Other report requests. Councillor Harris.
Yes. I was wondering if we could ask for the CAO to prepare a report from the region as to exactly what a non-barrier shelter is and how they select locations, and how the region made the decision to perhaps put one in St. Andrews Ward, and who they consulted and how the decision was made. So, and I would prefer if actually the regional staff would come and make a presentation.
So can I suggest that rather than requesting a report, you're requesting the CAO to make a request of regional staff to come
That would be wonderful.
present on it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll put this as a request for regional staff to report on low barrier shelters. To council. All right, is there anything else? Seeing none, you know what, we're just gonna go with a show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have committee and task force minutes. And before we move on, this is item 14.1. Councillor Ratzlaff, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to speak to the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee minutes from July 4th, 2024. So it's close to the end of those minutes. There's a piece of correspondence on the agenda that prompted, or on their agenda that prompted discussion by the committee about ways the city can support the Palestinian community here in St. Catharines. The committee passed a motion encouraging donations to help people in Palestine and local families through the Niagara Palestine Coalition's Niagara Gaza Relief Fund. You can find that on their Instagram page in their links there. So the committee asked the city to make a public call for those donations, and I'd like to personally make that call before you tonight. Advise you that I'll be making a donation, as well as encourage my fellow colleagues and community members to consider donating as well. And I want to thank the Anti-Racism Committee for volunteering their time and their lived experience to advise us. I think that I had an opportunity to visit or to sit in on the Accessibility Committee. And all those committees, they work behind the scenes, and we don't often see their work. I think that there's maybe a gap there between how their work is communicated to council and the community, but they're all doing a lot of hard work in those committees, and I want to thank them for their time and the work that they're doing. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Can I have a mover to receive and file the minutes? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Miller is the second. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then the second part of this is a resolution from the minutes of the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee meeting of July 4th, the amendment to the public nuisance bylaw, and this is for staff to prepare a report on the requested amendment. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips, no, can't go show of hands. Any questions, comments, debate? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips? Sorry. Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
No.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend, sorry.
And Councillor Townsend votes yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 15, I will ask the clerk to read the reasons for going into closed session.
A motion to go into closed session for Economic Development and Tourism Services, 2024 World Rowing Championships, Amendment to Contribution Agreement. Closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 239-2K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
And before we go in camera, it is 10 to 10, which means we are approaching curfew. So can I get a motion to extend half an hour? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, can I get a motion to go into the closed session? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Harris, thank you. All those in favor? Close. Away we go. How dare you take my gavel? I don't think the clerk would ever do something like that. All right. 16, motion arising from closed session. Moving it, Councillor Harris? World Rowing? I don't believe so.
When Carol Persick phoned me, this was several days ago, and she said, I just want to alert you that we're going to be before council next Monday to ask for interim financing because of the problems we have. And I said, well,
So, Councillor, we're in open session right now. I don't believe.
and I said, well, what does Walter Sensic have to do with it? And she said, oh, he jumped right in. He's co-chair of the World Rowing.
Oh,
That's what she told me.
I did not think so. I know he's involved, but I didn't think he was the co-chair. I thought Bill Schenk was the chair. All right. Councillor Phillips, moving? Yes, I'll do that. And can I have a seconder? Councillor Lindell? The council approved the staff recommendation contained in report EDTS 116-2024 as amended regarding the 2024 World Rowing Championships Amendment to Contribution Agreement. And if I can look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Lindell?
Yep.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff? Yes. Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Mayor Sisko?
Yes.
And that's carried.
That the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to F be read a first time, considered and passed, and to be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Stevens, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Who wants to make it? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? Good night. Toodle who?